Good morning, dear colleagues, lecturers, professors, and researchers. On behalf of Lithuanian Comparative Literature Association, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the conference Reviving Memory and Overcoming Oblivion, Comparative Aspects, which is being co-hosted by the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore. And let me greet those behind the screen and those sitting here in front of me in the hall, participating in person in this wonderful setting of the Institute, which is also a kind of memory site in a way, because it was an important center and place of Lithuanian national revival. So we are ready to start our conference. Before we start, I would like to say a few words about the topic of this conference and the presentations. I find the topic of the conference really challenging as it invites to deal with complex issues of cultural memory from the dynamic perspective of changing national imagery and shifting geographies of literature, culture, and knowledge. And from abundance of presentation that we have received for this conference, it is obvious that the topic of memory is very multi-layered and relevant to our societies, and it's always timely, I would say. In case of small countries like Lithuania, it was mostly forced oblivion that we had to deal with, that resulted in many narratives reflecting of war, trauma, and memory, which challenged the ways the past has been presented officially. And so today the presenters will cover a lot of different perspectives, will highlight correlations between memory and identity. Some will discuss the relationship of memory to place, space, and time. Some will analyze the concept of forgetting and alternative versions of history in literature, especially in this medium of literature. And I'm very thankful to our foreign colleagues that will join us today remotely. And I'm sure they will enrich our own experience of memory with different point of views, with different perspectives. I wish you all a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging presentations, and it will be a place of idea exchange, I believe. And it's my hope that the conference will be able to achieve its objective in trying to rescue memory from obscurity and offering comparative perspectives to our own research. So thank you very much. And now let me introduce the director of the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, Professor Aušra Martišiūtė-Linartienė, to greet the conference participants.
Good morning, colleagues. So I welcome you to Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, and I wish you a very good conference. And this conference is dedicated to memory problems. So I think that after this conference, you will have good memories. And I want to say big thanks for organizers committee and Laura Laurušaitė. So you have done big work, and I think that this conference in our institute will be a traditional conference, so good impressions and good work today.
Good morning, everybody. I warmly welcome you all to our conference, and we will start our first plenary session, and it's my pleasure to introduce the first two keynote speakers. And the first speaker is Krzysztof Czyżewski, and we are really happy that you, Krzysztof, found a time gap in your tight schedule and join us online today. And it's a bit difficult to define Krzysztof's activities in a few words. Among many others, he is an essayist, a publisher, as well as a co-founder and manager of the Borderland Foundation and a director of the Center Borderland of Arts, Cultures and Nations, and in Sini on the Poland and Lithuania border. Together with his team members, he has been exploring multicultural memory for more than 30 years and creating cross-cultural relations and strengthening the coexistence of multicultural communities. Today, he is going to present an intriguing topic, memory as the other. Be welcome, Krzysztof. The floor is yours. Please have in mind that you have approximately 45 minutes for your talk. We will try to keep the time schedule of the conference.
Thank you very much. I hope you are hearing me well. I'm in Ukraine now, and my hope is that nothing will disconnect us here. So I'm not at the borderland of my center, which, as you told, is at the Polish-Lithuanian border, very close. And yes, all what I want to tell you today comes out from my experiences of the work on different borderlands. Is it okay? Are you hearing me well? Yes? Okay. So as you can expect, the memory, the issue of memory, how we do remember, is crucial for the communities living at the borderlands. Very often the memory is a source of tensions, conflicts. Of course, a lot of traumatic memories influence the life of borderland communities as well. So the question from the very beginning of our work was how to develop a culture of remembering, which will help to coexist with the others, which will help to build bridges rather than new conflicts and new confrontations. Because it's very easy to have memory, our own trauma, to put yourself against the others, against your neighbors, against other witnesses of the same historical events, which we can see from different perspectives. And this is an important thing to understand, that we do remember in different ways. So each of us as a person, as a community, as a country, as a culture, has its own memory. So we even can, when we are saying about multicultural heritage, we can also say about multi-memories heritage, that it goes along with differences of remembering, of how we perceived the same historical events, encounters, as our own memory. And my And very often, when you confront this situation with historians, with scientists who struggle to build a objective, as much as it is possible, narrative on our memories, historical events, you can encounter the view on memory, which is very specific, which tells in short that we should rather focus on history than memory. So what it means when we focus on history, it means that we struggle for more or less objective narrative with some professional tools which will help us to tell or to explore our past. And this is the attitude I encounter from many historians, among them Timothy Snyder, with whom I work a lot. And he always was telling us, people living in Central Eastern Europe, do not focus on memory. You should focus on history. So it was a kind of, for him, a contradiction between history and memory, in terms that memory is something emotional, something connected to subjective way of perceiving the past. And in certain sense, he was, and he is right. It's too much memory in that way of understanding in our lives, that we celebrate rather than celebrate memory rather than critically analyze the past, as a historian should do. So try to struggle for something going beyond your emotions, beyond your subjectivity, to have a clear picture of what it was and how history is understood. What I want to propose to you today is a different understanding of memory. So from one side, I understand that we have too much celebration and celebrity around memory. We have in our countries, national states, all range of museums, memory programs, celebrating our traumas, our historical experiences in that way, which is, you may understand it, yes, especially when for many decades, because of a totalitarian regime in the past, it was forbidden. Yes, it was to celebrate your traumas from the past was restricted, manipulated, censored, and so on and so on. So it's a natural reaction that we want to build our national narrative on the past, using celebrations and commemorializations, yes, in different forms. But my view on memory is different, and I want to present you memory as the other, as it is in the title of my lecture, to think about memory as something broader than our own. And it comes, all what I will tell you, it is not a theory, it comes from the practice, from the experience I had with people, with communities, with different ethnicities, minorities group on the borderlands, which open a window to a different way of thinking about the memory. So there is something in our personal life, in our inner life, as well as in our community life, social life, which is connected to other type of memory as a persona who is different from us, who's like the other, the stranger, because we sooner or later understand that what we remember, or even more, the way how we remember, is a part of a broader reality of memory, of a broader kingdom of mnemosyne. And with our memories, we just inhabit this kingdom in one or two or districts, yes, small kingdoms, but sooner or later we are aware that there are other districts there belonging to other memories, our neighbors, our enemies, our citizens of this kingdom, and this is a crucial point I want to make today, and to explore it more, as memory is never ours, of the people, of the French, of the Orthodox, of the socialists, of the survivors, of the lovers. Immersed in our identities and emotional states, we remember in a far restricted way, trying with all of our might to have mnemosyne on our side, pretending to participate in her kingdom. We forget that we are only a part of it, limited by the horizon of subjectivity. Our forgetfulness of this falsifies memory, making us insatiable usurpers in mnemosyne's kingdom. Our self, our memories, our pain, our truth, not only oblige us to pass on and preserve the testimony, but tempt us to take possession of memory. We live in bondage to the notion, Platonic doxa, of memory. It is not this that is threatening and illusory, that we remember subjectively, but that we want to take possession of memory. This struggle to take memory on our side is part of the way we deal with memory, to pretend that our memory is in general the whole memory, yes, the whole kingdom, and we want to possess it as we see and understand it. But this is something which can hurt and which can make us outsiders or foreigners to the memories. That's why it is so important. So my point would be that the way we want to transgress our own memories, the way we are ready to open up to other memories, makes us more common, more deep citizens of this kingdom of memory, rather than to fortify our own memory as an absolute truth, an absolute right. So the way to embrace or to encounter memory in a way is somehow to cross the borders of your own memories and to be ready for the encounter with others' memories. So memory runs past the code. She is different from our thinking, though she does not escape the slightest bit of our remembering. She is der Fremde, at once a foreigner and a stranger in the world of our inhabitation and dominion. The place we create for her and the templates in which we kindle her life not only brings us closer to the stranger other in whom she's also at home, but as the links that bind coexistence. That is why the name of the community established by Mnemosyne is Xenopolis. This is the word I want to introduce to my story today, and I will explore it later. So the crossing of our memories builds bridges among the people, among the countries, among the community, communals. Yeah, so that's also why it is so important that we can create coexistence only with memories, with our memories, but in a way of transcending it to the other, to the others. So this is in contrary to say that to establish good coexistence, we should put memories aside, which is very common, that people consider own memories as something what can prevent them for building a future, you know, for building a good coexistence among the people. Let's forget about that, you know, let's stop or close our memories like our eyes, and then the coexistence will be possible, because memory keeps these differences, keeps our own traumas, our own points of view to the reality, and that is how it prevents us from establishing good relationships. So I think it is very illusory, never could happen, so never there is a possibility for putting aside memory. It is always with you. It is always in your inner life as individual, but also as a society. So better is to develop a culture of remembering. What I call culture of remembering is the way we work with memory, our own memories, because otherwise there will be not a real ground for establishing the coexistence. And how to create this culture of memory, in which direction we should go? And the answer for that is to think about the community as xenopolis. So only when xenos, the other, resides among us, does it become a polis. That's how I create this word xenopolis, which is about living together, about creating community, but with xenos, with other, at the core of it. So in other words, there is no community until there will be no room for the xenos around our table, our family, what we perceive as our culture, as our country, and so on. Only when xenos comes in, we become a polis, a community. So the guest for whom we leave an empty seat at the holiday table, or a clean room in our home. This clean room in our home is something specific. For me, it's a great metaphor of the memory I'm talking to you now. When a traditional house was built for example, in Polish culture, but I know some other examples of that. People used to prepare so-called an empty room or clean room. In Polish, it would sound czysta izba, a clean room, which is unpossessed by any family members. So sometimes you have a lot of children, a lot of family members in your house. Yes, there's a little room, sometimes even, few children sleep at the same bed, yes? But at the same time, you have an empty room in your house. And the belief is that the house is not put to existence until the moment when you create a clean room, empty room, as a heart of this house. Everything what is most beautiful, we have tapestry, some important things we have at home. At home, we put it to this empty room, to this clean room. And of course, it is for the other, yes, for somebody who will visit us, who will knock the door of our home. And only when we are ready to give him or her a room, yes, a space, the house is a real house. If we do not have it, it doesn't exist as home. So this is about the memory. Yes, also like a metaphor that in our home we should prepare the rooms, a space for the other, yes, for the stranger, for the mnemosyne, who can be hosted by us, who can have room for us, and we understand that she is different, that she will bring to our house something we do not know, or something we forget about, or something what we put in taboo as something we want to keep silence on that, or we don't have the strength to keep it in our home space. So for all that, we need the empty room, unpossessed by us, by our own memory, by our own truths about the past, among others. So the guest for whom we leave an empty seat at the holiday table, or a clean room in our home, the neighbor of another nationality who reads other history books. For example, imagine a situation in my town, Sejny. In a school, you are a history teacher at school, and you talk about the turn of 19th and 20th century. And you say about that from Polish historical textbooks to the peoples, to the students, but you are aware that in your classroom there are some Lithuanians, and you know that they remember differently, that they know different stories about the same historical events, about something, about the war between Poles and Lithuanians in 1919 and 1920, where it was a struggle for how to design a newly established national states border between Poland and Lithuania. So when you are aware that in your classroom there are some others like Lithuanians, yes, you should be aware that your Polish textbook is insufficient to tell all the truth about these events. That the Polish textbook is only one of possible narratives on that, and your disciples could bring to the discussion, to the table of understanding this history, a new point of view. a new, different emotions and experiences. So it's rather better. It's good to let them speak, yeah, to give them the floor for how they or their families do remember this event. So it's another situation when you have a neighbor of another nationality who reads other history books or attends a different church, the witness from the other side of the front line, the foreign chosen one of the heart, whom a daughter introduces into our family. The Holocaust survivor or refugee returning to his native place. It's very often happening in my small town, Sejny, that suddenly on the bus stop, you have a person coming out, not knowing Polish or Lithuanian language, with a tableau on her or his body, asking, please help me to find some traces of my Jewish family, of the pre-Holocaust time. Who can help me? And when only this returner, we call these people returners, enters the town, you suddenly understand that there's a new point of view, a new memory comes into your community, yes, because you know that she or he or what her fathers and grandfather were telling her or him is different than the story you know from your historical textbooks and so on. So again, you have this encounter with the other at this spot. The non-resident encounter by chance, all of them are messengers of memory through whom intercourse is fulfilled. We may remember differently from them, but we cannot exclude them from the circle of communion, because then we're the ones who becomes exiles of memory. And when we become exiles of memory, there is no way for us to inhabit the place, to be a real inhabitants of our town, of our community, and so on, because the feeling will be that we live on the outskirts, in our district, Polish, Lithuanian, Jewish, or others, yes, but not at the very center, which embraces the whole town, the whole community, the whole history, the whole who we are, in fact. So that's how this encounter with the memory as mnemosine, as the other, is so crucial for our life. And it is challenging. It is challenging because it makes you to think of putting at risk all what you know, all what you learn, and it was all what you built as a comfort zone for your own living. And especially when we live at the territories in the cities with conflicted memories, with, after some traumatic wars or historical events from the past. Yes, what happens after such events is that we concentrate on our own suffering, our own pain, our own trauma. And this is how we build our own remembrance of the past. But we are aware at that very moment that we are just choosing a part of it which we can cope with, yes, which can build a comfort for us, which can build a loyalty among the members of the same family, among the members of the same town, among the members of the same nation or culture. So when the bridges are broken, when something traumatic happens, your memory works like that, that you want to be fortified on one side of that river, yes, of events and conflicts. And you choose, to survive somehow. You choose to live on one side and to fortify yourself and find ties and helps from others of your family, others who can remember as you do it and can support you with your way of remembering. But it doesn't mean that you forgot about the whole thing, what happened. If you witnessed that, so imagine in this classroom, we are now in Zoom and in our conference, if something traumatic would happen, somebody will enter and rape one of us, we will witness the same event and we will know that what really happened. But then, after all, day after day, we will build our own narrative of that event, especially if it is very traumatic and conflicted with. So we will build some loyalties among people who want to defend the victim of this event, but there will be people also belonging to the family of the rapers, yes, or of the aggressors, and they will be another alternative narrative to have a rescue, the possibility of defend somehow her or him. So that's the whole game starts, yes, and that's how our life on the borderlands, and tell me about cities and countries where we do not have borderlands. So it's all about our life, yes, is structured somehow on that kind of different memories, yes, that we build kind of collusion, a conspiracy after the events which goes beyond our capacity to deal with them, yes, as the whole. So if we do not have this capacity to embrace them as a whole, we choose to find our own path, our own style, our own memory, and to construct our narrative around that. But it does mean that we forget about what really happened. So at the bottom of our mind, at the bottom of our heart, there is a remembrance. There is a true Mnemosyne who sits, and we know that she remembers differently because she remembers as embracing the whole event. Yes, we as a part of this or another ethnic group, another cultures group, and so on, we have some fragments, some districts of that kingdom. But there is a link, between this Mnemosyne, the other memory, and our memories. We know, especially if we witness really what happened, that we know the whole darkness of that event, all details of that. But our memory works in the ways that it neglects some details, that it erases, some other facts which makes us, which puts us in a very difficult positions and so on. So sooner or later we will find a way of comforting them in our own story, in our own memory. But and this is what I want to say, is that when we encounter Mnemosyne as the other, we encounter her as something what we know, yes, as somebody, as a being who knows about ourselves something what we wanted to put in taboo, in silent, in unspeakable way. So that's in a way how we deal with celebrations of memory. Think about that as, you know, all kind of museums we build, all kind of anniversary celebrations around the historical events is a way to defend our own memory and our own memories. It helps us to justify the way how we do remember. But and it's a natural feeling, you know, that if you are weak, you know, if you are not capable to cope with the whole truth of that event, you choose the way and you build your own memory culture, yes, which in these terms is the celebrity and memorializations of the past events. But this is, and it is something like we, you know, afraid about real encounter with Mnemosyne, yes, in fact, because when she will enter, knock to our door, you know, when the returners will come, who remember a different story about the Second World War, for example, of our town, we suddenly in a position that something is in danger with us, that all what we fortify around our memory is challenged by a newcomer, by the other. So you may say, okay, but why we do need the other? Why we do need the Mnemosyne in her full presence? Maybe it makes our life too complex, you know, too problematic. You know, it's destroying our comfort zone of memories. But my answer to that is that there is no way for long term to live in the fortress of memory or any kind of fortress. We human beings are not created to live in the fortress. Yeah, our life needs openness. Our life sooner or later, you know, in a certain moments, it is necessary to build a fortress. I'm now in Ukraine, yes, and I understand that people here need to build a fortress to survive, to save the lives, you know, and as well as before I worked in former Yugoslavia, in many war conflict zones, yes, there is a natural need to fortify against your enemy who wants to kill you or annihilate you. Yeah, so you build a fortress, which is like your survival, and also with your memories. But this is not forever. That we are talking about the situation when we are in a position to open up our life to something what would be called, no more or less, normal and for the future, and to invest you know, in a community building in long term. And for that you need a real encounter with the other. For that you need a real encounter with Mnemosyne. So what it means that you need a critical memory as well. You need this unpossessed space which will be inhabited or which will host the other point of view, other memories, our experiences, and so on. And that's how our community is built as xenopolis, yes, then we have xenos, which gives us a possibility to become a polis, to become a community. Sometimes we tell, and there is a phrase in Polish language, I think in some Slavic languages as well, zapomnij mi to, forget me. That is very much about reconciliation. When you say forget me, it means in Polish language the same as to say forgive me. But what it is, in fact, what does it mean, forget? Of course, it does mean that you will erase your memories. Your memory. Yeah? It is not about lobotomy, you know, this surgery on your memories that you are as a person cut off from your memories. No way to do that. So forget me means that somebody is asking me to make a kind of work with my memory, to open it up, to understand the other, to be ready or to encounter the other view, our other person. And only on that track, the reconciliation is possible. Transcending one's own remembering heals wounds. And deep down is a silent, not always realized confession of love. And this is my last point I want to make about the memory, that it is so much connected with Eros. Mnemosyne is, for me, a strong connection with Eros. In our culture, we usually connect Eros with Thanatos, with death. And we see how it is interconnected, you know, love and death together. But there is another connection important for me, which is about the connection between Mnemosyne and Eros, because otherwise, what I told you about the kingdom of Mnemosyne, about transcending yourself to be ready to encounter the other Mnemosyne, is possible only, in my belief, when love is in our action, when love is put into the realization. In forgiveness, there is no resignation or need to kill forgetting. There is a call to action, possibly only on the bridge of remembrance. And in the mythology, how it happened that Mnemosyne was born as a queen of muses, as you remember, you know, she emerged from the silence distributed by Ares, whose daughter was Lethe. So there would be no memory if it were not for discord and forgetfulness. Ares is this goddess who is putting us in conflict, in a struggle, in argument. Yes, this is Ares. And then you have a daughter of Ares, which is Lethe, yes, forgetting. Lethe is about oblivion, yes, and when you have this, when you have the conflict and when you have oblivion, to overcome it, you need to this transformation for discord and forgetfulness to encounter mnemosyne. So that's why mnemosyne gave birth to the muses, in order to expand man's knowledge and deepen his soul so that he could bind what was separated and find harmony in house. For that we need mnemosyne. Yeah, all the laboratories of our muses, yeah, in art, in science, we have different laboratories of different muses. On the top of it is mnemosyne, and you need all of them to overcome separateness, yes, and to find harmony in chaos. So, in a way, forgetfulness doesn't overcome conflicts or establish final solutions. It only frees up conversation and teaches the art of transcending, within which each of the muses has its own workshop. That's how it works. Yeah. So it's somehow in contrary to what I started my lecture. Yes, because at the beginning, as you remember, I spoke about memory as something what differs us from the others, and it's what is opposite to the history, which is objective, and so on. And memory as something emotional, memory as something subjective, as part of our individual point of view, or so on. But in fact, you see mnemosyne, the other, as the queen, the goddess who helps us to bind, to build a coexistence, in fact, to overcome differences, conflicts, and chasm built by conflicts, yes, created by conflicts. That's how, in deeper level, memory works, in fact. But if to make it possible, this kind of the presence of mnemosyne, we should transcend our memories somehow. Yes, we should overcross the boundaries of the fortress we are living in. We should find the possibility to express the love attitude to the reality, because only when eros is involved in that, the memory can work as mnemosyne. So they are interconnected. And you may say it is very utopian or idealistic to think about eros as something what can be involved in the way we are remembering, especially if at the context, at the background, we have these traumatic experiences of the past and so on. How we dare to speak about eros in all of that? Yes, but this is my experience with working with people at the borderland. Yes, the presence of mnemosyne, the presence of this real encounter with memory always went together with love, with something what is absolutely comes from the bottom of heart. Yes, so there is no forgiveness without that attitude. Of course, we can think about forgiveness as a cold, conscious concept, to structure our relationship with our neighbors, other countries, and so on. And we can have ceremonies of forgiveness, as a part of this celebrity of memory, everything. But it is on the surface, yes? If you want to think about it in real terms, the eros should somehow be involved in that. So it should come from the heart, from the openness of your heart. And in fact, why it is, in my experience, absolutely not idealistic, because that is what I observed, or what I learned from the people who experienced the dark side of our life, the most traumatic experience from the past. I remember my mentor, my friend from Vilnius, Irena Veisaitė, a Holocaust survivor who passed all this traumatic, Holocaust survivor, then communist, living under communist regime. So you may think that she experienced all what was tragic in 20th century, but her attitude to the reality, to the neighbors, to building coexistence was full of love, to the remembrance. Her way of remembering was the way to love other and to make your heart speak rather than thoughts, conscience, and so on. That's how I've learned that there is a deep connection between mnemosyne and eros. That there is a kind when you encounter mnemosyne, when you encounter the memory as the other, your heart is challenged. You suddenly discovered your longing, your deep longing for love, for expressing something good to the other, which was hidden, which was under these circumstances of fortress, which somehow restricted your good emotions, your good memory, because it's also about the memory. Think about that our culture, our celebrities help us to express our bad memories, our pain, our suffering. Yes, but there's a little room in that to express our good memories, our good relationships with others from the past. There is no celebrity about that. There is no dates in our calendar to celebrate good memories, yes, of something good what happened between us. Yeah, we have room rather for these conflicted memories in our celebrations. So the good memory is hidden deeply in our inner life, and there is no way sometimes for the people to express it, to make it speak, to find a culture who will help us to express good memories. For me, it is a crucial part of the work of a bridge builder, of a person who can cultivate the culture of remembrance. Yes, how to let people express the good emotions, yes, the good memories they have, as something what belongs to their life and to the experience. If we will not have this possibility, then we will be not able to meet mnemosyne as the memory, as the other memory. Thank you for your attention. I don't know if there will be time for your questions, or we'll have a separate session for questions. Just tell me. I can stay longer with you. Yes,
thank you, Krzysztof, for sharing your experience and insights, and for an open and caring attitude and approach to memory. And your voice from Ukraine even sound more loudly. So we will have some time after the second report. We hope you will be able to join and stay longer, or no? Could you stay?
Maybe yes, I will try. Yes, I don't know how long it will take.
And now we are going to show the presentation of the second speaker, Professor Laima Gutmane, and she is going in a similar way as Krzysztof, and searching for multicultural memories and communities, mainly in a literature field, and among many other scientific and academic works, she has written an impressive and fundamental comparative monograph about the trauma of totalitarianism in Baltic Prose. And if Professor is able, she will join us for the discussion. Otherwise, please send your questions or comments via email address listed below the abstracts. So you can hear it in a minute.
Good morning, dear conference organizers and participants. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for the invitation and opportunity to participate in the conference, which is dedicated to, in my opinion, really important. I want to say I'm very honored in this already. I think we all agree that this conference is about issues that are important around the world right now. Not only in the world of humanities, arts, and social sciences, but also in the world of period. Generation makes remember both of us and make us think deeply about identity. These events bring a new perspective to our culture and literature, highlighting what we remember and what we don't remember. They quickly down the histories of our memory, but make some other events most important. Considering this point of view, in today's presentation, I want to talk about literature as one of medium of cultural memory, which contributes along with other media to shaping collective memory and how societies remember their past. I agree with the sentence by Professor Astrid Berg, who found the record memories to this platform, and her colleague and Vivi. If we talk about my experience with the theme of memory in literature, then I can say that I have started to think about the connection between memory and literature, since the development of monograph, totalitarian drama in Baltic prose, and I continued these investigations thinking about possibilities for the study of literary representations of experiences and memories. I finished my monograph in 2019, and it was dedicated to the conversion of literature in the Baltics under the influence of post-totalitarian regimes, Nazism and Stalinism. For me, it seemed important to talk about the experience of totalitarianism, because theoretically, I knew that empires don't die. I knew that empires fall asleep for a time. Unfortunately, as we know, it turned out to be true. My presentation has two purposes. Here you can see the content of the presentation. First, I would like to answer the question, what theoretical aspects can help study literary representations of experience and memory? And I want to highlight theories that help me analyze the representations of experience and memories in literature while working on the monograph. I conclude that three interdisciplinary directions of social sciences and humanitarian sciences could be used. The first, the theories of culture, especially culture memory theories. The second, theories of trauma, so-called transcultural term in these studies. But here I need to note that three mentioned theoretical branches are related to other branches of literature studies, of other aspects of literary studies. We can also use various other theoretical directions, for example, postcolonial or feminist or psychoanalysis theories. Likewise, the overlap and interaction of different theories must be taken into account in the research of experience and memory representation. And my second aim, I would like to outline how memories and traumatic experience are represented in contemporary Latvian literature. I want to show how significant is the role of memories and lost in modern Latvian literature. As examples, I will use two series of Latvian novels. The series We Latvia 20th Century and series I Am. And it must be said that these two series of novels about historical events and about classical writers' biographies shape, for my opinion, a significant trend in contemporary Latvian literature. And they have a potentially important place in memory formation and overcoming. At first, I will focus on the mentioned theoretical directions one by one, emphasizing, in my opinion, the most significant features of the use. The first of these theories, memory studies. As we know, it's a broad branching field of research and social sciences and humanitarian sciences also. In Latvia, for my opinion, memory studies are especially important in social sciences, but this approach is more or less popular in the humanitarian sciences. But in recent years, we see that the mentioned two series of novels have encouraged researchers to focus on theories of memory. And it is important to understand which key ideas of memory studies can be used in the research of literature that includes challenging historical experience. It is especially important to correctly use the concepts of these theories in arriving at essential conclusions. Of course, in the beginning, we must understand how to use correctly the three concepts of memory introduced by books: the autobiographical memory, historical memory that reaches us only through historical records, and it's related to the past, which we no longer have an organic relation. And the second form of memory of object opinion is collective memory. The active past that forms our identities. This form of memory has a 3 or 4 generation cycle. In the 1990s, Atminties and his colleague Atminties introduced the distinction between communicative and cultural memory, separate two different types of collective memory. I quote Atminties: "We preserve Hallmark's distinction by breaking up his concept of collective memory into communicative and cultural memory. As we see, he agrees with Hallmark and defines the level of communicative or everyday memory or short-term memory in oral form, because on the social level, memory is a matter of communication and social interaction." Atminties explains, I quote, "but we insist on including the cultures Third, which Hallmarks excluded in the study of memory. We distinguish between both forms as two different ways of remembering. Where is the difference? Cultural memory is a form of culture, a collective memory grounded on a cultural basis and is long-term memory. Cultural memory is characterized by its distance from the everyday. Cultural memory has its fixed points. These fixed points are factual events whilst whose memory is maintained through cultural formation, text, rights, monuments, and institutional communication that shape the cultural identity. Its function is to unify a common identity that spans many generations, and it is not easy to change. I also want to briefly mention one branch of memory theory, the theory by Maria Hirsch, that reveals the migration and transmission of memories between generations. In her book, The Generation of the Post-Memory, Writing and Visual Culture of the Holocaust, Hirsch separated the generation of the traumatic experience from the second and even the third generation, so-called post-generation. And she described the concept of post-memory. Hirsch talks about adapting a traumatic experience. He talks about how experiencers, parents, and grandparents transfer their experience to their children. As he puts it, post-memory describes a relationship that's generation after there's the personal, collective, and cultural trauma of those who came before. She argues that post-memory or post-generation's memory is not identical to memory, because post-memory mediated not by recall, but by imaginative investment, correction, and creation. From post-memory theory, we come to another theoretical field, home studies, continuing Atminties about the fixed points of experience. We can't necessarily for the theory of trauma. Trauma theories help to clarify what traumas are reflected in memory works. It is a trauma that determines a permanent return, station, or longer time forgetting some memories. I think we know that trauma theories have a long and branching history also, beginning with Freud's study of mental disorders and continuing with study of the First and Second World Wars and other wars, genocide and Holocaust, sexual violence, and so on. Trauma study provided a rich body of theories and frameworks for reading cultural texts. The idea that literature could be read as a kind of testimony to the unspeakable experience provide a new critical paradigm. According to my observation, in Latin humanitarian social science, the use of various theories of trauma is a very recent phenomenon. The beginning of the discourse can be observed only since the beginning of the second decade of the 21st century. In literary studies until now, the aspects of the trauma are primarily included in the perspective of feminist and post-colonial criticism, analyzing the literary interpretation of women and power attitudes for the futures of the post-Soviet colonial subject. Considering the impact on the Nazis and Stalinist totalitarian regimes on the different generations and numerous manifestations in writing, we can say that the use of trauma theories in literary criticism and research opens new opportunities. And I want to draw attention to the development of trauma theory in the 90s, when researchers developed approaches studying the effects of complicated histories in the present, focusing on how traumatic events were remembered represented and translated in the cultural text. There is then drama theory and cultural memory studies, how intersect but don't converge. When talking about drama in literature, in the beginning, it is important to clarify how to understand drama and how drama affects memory. Is the drama the encounter with death or the ongoing experience of having survived? Asked Katie Curran. Curran, in her work on climate experience, drama, narrative, and history, formulates the question as a key question in drama research, showing the dual nature of drama representations. I quote, at the core of these stories is this kind of double theory, the oscillation between a crisis of death and the correlative crisis of life, between the story of the unbearable nature of an event and the story of the unbearable nature of its survival. Most contemporary drama theorists agree that drama is based on this extraordinary experience that challenges, the changing the individual's identity and the aftermath of this incident. Both aspects are essential in the research of drama representations in literature. Hence, drama theory helps to explain how traumatic memory interferes with specifying about events. Kurt's point about the eventual belatedness of trauma is significant. The impact of the traumatic event lies precisely in its belatedness, in its refusal. Traumatic memory tends to push out experiences that threaten our bodily and spiritual integrity and does not allow it to be assimilated into our life story. The memory of traumatic events returns sometimes years later, of flashbacks, nightmares, and visions, and so on. The belatedness of trauma explains why representations of existentially challenging experiences in literature often appear late, and why we consider oblivion of a traumatic experience in literature. However, this applies not only to injuries based upon the condition of the victim, but also to injuries based on the position of the abuser, bystander. He continued my talk about the manifestations of trauma in literature. It was said that historian Dominic Locapra's elaboration on psychoanalytic concepts of acting out and working through proved invaluable. With these concepts, Locapra explains the different ways in which national groups respond to legacies of violence. Critics extended these concepts to readings of literature. At the stage of acting out, there is a compulsory repetition of traumatic past events and reactions in the present, a tendency to replay them over and over again. The traumatic individual identifies the present with the past and cannot respond adequately to the current events, excluding himself from objective reality. Of course, this stage of acting out is a natural part of healing that is destructive if not overcome. The integration of the trauma or the working through stage starts when the person begins to create a critical discourse, critical distance from the past, consciously separating it from the present. This emotional distance allows us to learn to live I quote, in the here and now with openness to the future. Although the areas of trauma and memory research are related, researchers have concluded that today cultural memory cannot be subsumed under the sign of trauma. But what kind of job theories give, and I want to conclude this part of my speech. First, they can help to evaluate how literary represents the trauma stage of an individual as a social group. Second, they open new opportunities to study the transfer of memory from the private to the public sphere, helping to understand the processes of collective, communicative, and historical memory formation. And here we come to the concept of cultural trauma, which connects the individual, collective, and cultural level. In the book Cultural Trauma and Collective Identity, Jeffrey Alexander and his colleagues clarified what is cultural trauma. I quote, cultural trauma transfers when the components of the collectivity feel they have been subjected to an actual event that leaves marks upon their group awareness, marking their memories forever and changing their future individuality. People have constantly used the language of trauma to explain what happened, not only to themselves, but also to the collectivities to which they belong. Cultural trauma is a result of discomfort entering into the core of collectivity's sense of its own identity. Cultural trauma is never confined to one generation or those who have experienced it. We can talk about cultural trauma when the presence of trauma changes the nature of culture, the nature of cultural identity. The most essential condition for the existence of cultural trauma is the recreation, narration of traumatic experience, its embedding in culture. We can talk about cultural trauma in such cases as, for example, slavery or African American, for example, German rule for Latvians, and this trauma embedded in folk songs, the Holocaust for Jews, the Reformation for Catholics, the deportation and Soviet repressions for Latvians, Lithuanians, and so on. As we treat cultural trauma, the theorists cultural trauma look at specific groups that is significant in the development of modern theory to talk about the transcultural term. And this is a third approach, or more likely theoretical point of view in memory theory and trauma studies, which I want to highlight. The transcultural term or transcultural memory emerged in around 2010 in memory studies. And the question is, why is it necessary? The approach of the transcultural term helps to talk about expressions of experience and memory, allowing one to cross the boundaries of ethnic or nation, country, and particular social group, as well as cross time boundaries and combines synchronic and diachronic perspectives. Thus, it is possible to arrive at the dialogue of different memories. And this theory by Alec Asman, and a literary landscape of multidirectional memory. And it is a theory by Michael Rothberg. As Rothberg said in the book Multidirectional Memory, Remembering in the Holocaust in the Age of Decolonization, the term multidirectional memory is kind of conceptualized what happens when different histories of extreme violence confront each other in public spheres. I think you will be agreeing with me that the Baltic states are also a region where various historical experiences and memories intensively intersect. So Rothberg's theory is relevant for us. And now I have really come the practical part of the presentation. And in the following, I will present the main conclusions that can be drawn by analyzing novels in the church series and using the insights of the both theories. But before, briefly about the series of novels published since 2014 and have become a popular and influential cultural phenomenon. Series of novels rewritten in the 20th century involve essential periods of Latin history of 20th century. It consists of 13 novels. But the other novel series I am is about classic Latin writers, the biographies, or even some episodes of their lives. And this series is still being published. 9 novels have been published since this moment, 4 more will be published in the next future. There will be the monographs, the literary scholars also, but now I will pay attention to them. The initiator of both novel series is Latvian writer from the Connection. And above you can see the series of historical novels and the initiator of both series and below the biographical series. As you can hear, I use the terms historical and biographical novel, but of course they are not generally adequate designations, adequate terms, because we cannot talk about historical or biographical meaning in the classical sense, in the classical meaning of these genres. And I remind you that at least historical novels can also be read in Lithuanian, thanks to Laura Lomshin. I have to point out that each novel of this series proposes many discussions in Latin culture space. And here you can read the opinion of co-sponsor Claudia from Baltic Internationally. Then I quote the architect of the past wonderland or national originality. We are so happy to witness how brilliant Latin authors are striving to build bridges of understanding and people, societies and peoples. Just the awareness of your own roots makes you a strong person who is ready to reach the pinnacle of success. And I want to remark that the significance of the novels is illustrated also by the fact that many of the series novels have been shortlisted for the Latvian Literature Award. And some of them received this award also. So the next conclusions, let's take a closer look at the themes and chronological frames of the novel series. Here you can see the works of a series of historical novels dedicated to the events of the 20th century. As we see, these events are Revolution, First World War, the gain of independence, First Republic, and authoritarian regime like Congress. Therefore, I have pointed to the 40s of the 20th century, the year of occupation, as conditional dividing line, because representatives of the generations who experienced the totalitarian regimes are still alive. And here you can see geographical novels at the end of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century. The left column contains the name of the modern writer, and the right of the modern novel, and the right column contains the name and years of life of the classical writer. Several novels, both classics, whose biographies are related to the end of 19th century and the half of first half of the 20th century are planned to be published in the near future. And the left column you can see the writer's name, and in the right column you can see the name of the classical writer. But here are historical novels about the period since 40s of 20th century. And as we can see, the focus is on both of the totalitarian regimes, the Holocaust, deportations, crucial those, but especially over the last decades of the 20th century, which were also experienced by the authors of the novels themselves. On the other hand, only 4 of the published novels are about the latest Latvian writers, and 3 of them are dedicated to migration authors. And only one more novel coming out soon, and it will be dedicated to problematically interpreted Latvian Soviet writer Andrejs Atminties, who, for my opinion, is comparable with Lithuanian writer Petras Cvirka. And as you can see, its experience is a much more in the century. So we conclude that only 4 of the 13 historical novels are devoted to a period whose memories have already entered the level of historical memory. In contrast, 8 of the 13 novels in the biographical novel series are devoted to this older period. When we talk about the actualization of history, we see the need to review the build of collective communicative memory. So the experience of the Soviet era seems to be the most actual issue. On the contrary, when we talk about updating advanced literature, we see the need to rewrite, review the literature of an older period or historical period. It is possible that the authors of biographical novels wanted to draw attention to those writers who had previously remained on the conditional period. Therefore, several influential Latvian literary greats, for example, Rainis, Laumanis, Ziedonis, Vācietis, are not included in this series. And now we are coming to the main conclusions, link the above mentioned theories and literary practice. Firstly, it must be said that these 2 series of novels about historical events and about how classic writers' biographies or some episodes of their lives shape a significant trend in contemporary Latvian literature and held a potentially important place in memory formation and overcoming. They prove that the literary recreation of historical events helped to reactualize them and return them to memory. Literature as a tool of cultural memory forms our collective memory and influences the development of identity. Secondly, these theories helped to see the fixed points of memory, according to the Jan Assmann theory, that society finds important today. Thirdly, the intensity of certain topics themes allows us to conclude which of the points of experience are considered traumatic. When we try to establish what is the trauma of the Latvian culture represented in the historical and biographical Latvian literature, there is one obvious answer. It is Soviet occupation and Soviet repression, and the Soviet occupation is a major motive in 9 historical novels, in 4 biographical novels. The next conclusions. Several novels show some sort of return or the return of the light or the latest that confirm the connection of these memories. The most visible examples in these novels are the themes of Holocaust and collaborations. Significantly, the issues of collaborations are touched upon by practically all novels of the series Rewrite the 20th Century. Collaboration is a central theme in one biographical book by Lars Berzic. This is novel about the writer and political politician Vilis Lācis and the beginning of the Soviet occupation. Obviously, the collaboration with the occupying force and the long silence about it has left a job. After some time, however, it is necessary to talk about this problem, as we can understand this particularly serious issue not only for the experienced generation, but also for the post generation. In contrast, the theme of the Holocaust, for my opinion, is very little represented in the series of historical novels. There are still only a few works in Latvian literature dealing with this painful topic. In general, in my book, I have paid a particular attention to this issue, and I conclude that Latvian literature has avoided the topic of the Holocaust for a relatively long time. But it must be highlighted, the novel Taste of Life by Lars Berzic, which is also known to Lithuanian readers because this novel was broken the silence of hope to Latvian literature. The next, looking from the point of view of post-memory theories, we can say that most of the works of both series of novels were written based on the experience of previous generations. It required very serious studies on the culture and environment of the era and possible conversations with those who experienced it. However, 5 works in the series of historical novels can be based on personal experience, as they talk about events during the life of the authors. The stories of the experience of previous generations have also been important in them. Several works show a high degree of identifications with survivors of traumatic experiences. For example, Gunda Grepša, Māris Bērziņš, Inga Gaila, Nora Iksten. We can see the manifestations of post-memory in their novels. From the point of view of the comparative theory, we can see the trauma development stage in particular works. Must say this analysis has been performed episodically in Latin literary research. One example can be seen in the papers by literary researcher Artis, analyzing the novel Volgana by Gunda Grepša, which is included in historical novel series and dedicated to the beginning of Soviet occupation and deportations. Also concluded that here the trauma is replayed and it stays in an acting out position. And the next conclusion. These novels help to understand that the actualization of the past is always realized in a contemporary way. Therefore, the literature about post corresponds to the development trends of the literature of its time and reflects the perception of the people of its time. Modern fictions about history of the lives of notable people are not comparable not only to the text of history book, but also the classical, historical, or biographical novels. All of them are modern narratives, the creation of which uses the principles of modernism and postmodernism. Many of these works can more or less be called historical or biographical metafictions because they have two focuses: the past and the object of the narrative on the one hand, and the present and the author himself on the other hand. From the point of view of Broderick's theory, we can say that the time of more directional memory has begun in modern Latvian literature. The series of novels Violetria, 20th Century, and I Am, as well as a similar prose text of historical and biographical background, contain a great variety of memories. There are narratives from the point of view of the, for example, the Portes in the novels by Ludwig Resch and Inga Oblivion, from the point of view of Holocaust victims, mentioned Mars Bezinch, from perspectives of immigrants, novels by Jose Jansson, also auxiliaries, immigrants, novel by Montfelde, collaborations, novels by Bezinch and Jonze, murderers, novel by Beres, victims, Resch, Gaia, and for example, from perspectives of a woman who has physical or mental disorders in novels by Inga Gaia. We must say that there is a real book in the diversity of memories can be reasonably explored through theories of dialogic memory and multidirectional memory theories. We see the openness of Latvian writers to different experiences and memories that should be studied accordingly. In addition, the research focus should include literary interpretations of certain aspects of experience by the authors of national minorities or from other territories. But since the war in Ukraine, it is necessary to start thinking about the future trends. The literary dialogue with our Soviet past, for my opinion, will likely take a new direction and return to greater intolerance. Most likely, the experience of the Soviet past will appear in much more in-depth scholars. But we will be able to see that only from the distance of time. Well, we can talk about the future development of literature, but still we can conclude that the mentioned theories of memory and drama are potentially predictive way of studying literary representations of experiences and memories. Because memory is persistent, it will always find a way to express itself. And here, I want to say thank you for your attention. And here you can see theoretical literature I use in creating this presentation. I will be grateful if you send me your questions or your comments by email. And I want to say goodbye.
I see. Thank
First of all, we would like to thank organizers for the invitation.
I say thank to the professor for providing a comprehensive approach to memory studies and presenting distinguished Latvian novels. And now I encourage the audience to use the possibility to ask questions or to share your comments, both for Krzysztof and Zanda. And to Zanda, it's better to write, as she said and wrote in chat, in email. So does somebody has a question for Krzysztof? I think his topic covered many themes of our conference, so there is a lot of things for the discussions. If I understand correctly, the audience doesn't have questions, but I surely have some. So first, Krzysztof, I would like to ask you as a practitioner, and how do you see your own mission and the mission of Borderland now in our days, in the context of Ukraine war and in the context of 30 years after the communism, and is it changing? What inspires you to keep it going, and how do you think how stable and durable is this traumatic paradigm? Okay, so that's the first question, or two first questions.
Yes, thank you for this question, because it refers to actual situation, and these dramatic events we experience now in Ukraine are rooted in my mind in what I spoke about, the memory. And sometimes if you do not practice this culture of remembering, there is an open space for another conflict and for another terrible war. Yes, so we are all aware that the roots of this war in Ukraine are in not remembering well or manipulating memories. So all what Kremlin regime did with its own narrative is the false memories and fortifying the memories in their own way. Yes, and that's how it works. That if there is no openness to the other, to the memory as the other, if there is no openness to the memory of Ukrainians, yes, of your neighbors or other nationalities, if there is a possibility to develop your own false story about the past, like Russia did, after Second World War, for example, but it's much longer story, but to have this Soviet Union victory over the fascism, yes, as a victory, as being victims of fascism, which was transcended, to Russians, yes. So, for example, just one example how you can manipulate memories, that you can shift all victimhood from the Soviet Union citizenships to Russians, not to Belarusians, to Ukrainians, to other people who were attacked by Nazi Germany and many victims, as we all know. The main victims of the Second World War on the territory of Soviet Union were on today's Ukrainian and Belarusian territories. Yes, so if you do such kind of things, then you can fuel a new aggression against the others, yes, against your neighbors again and again. So this is my answer, that coping with memory, with this memory as the other, makes us possible to go out of these destructive memories from the past and capitalizing, the permanent capitalization of that false memories. That's how regime is acting, in fact. So the future for us here in this part of the world, in Russia especially, is, are we capable to open this fortress up to the other, to the memory as the other? The question how we will do it is a crucial one, because we see it as a weapon for another totalitarian war, colonial war. Yeah.
Thank you. And I also have one more question, if you still have a few minutes.
Yes, sure.
Of course, I would have more questions, but we have a time schedule, so maybe next time. And we stressed the overcoming of oblivion, even in the title of conference. But there was one song of Elvis Presley. I forgot to remember to forget. And I think both of the elements, memory and oblivion, is working also in your practices. So how do you see it, and what could you say about that?
I like this quotation because it is really about the memory, yes, that we can lose the memory to remember, that we should forget, yes. So it's a little bit what I said, forget me, yes, as the same of forgive me. It's a work on memory rather than oblivion. The oblivion in my mind, there's a false memory, yes, that there is impossible in fact, in practice, to be oblivious in a deep sense. It can happen on the surface, but on the bottom of your inner life, of your mind and heart, there will be always memory. Yeah, we are alive because we remember, in fact. So the oblivion is always the way to comfort ourselves with reality, with our life, and we can use this escape, yeah, to be oblivious, pretending that we will not remember or we will be indifferent to such things, but it doesn't work for long, and it is not an authentic attitude. Yeah, so sooner or later, oblivion will be broken. Oblivion will be opened up because the life opens it. Yes, you are confronted with your own inner voice or your consciousness. You are confronted with other voices which will bring back remembrance and memories. So sooner or later it will catch you. So better be prepared, better to work on that. Yeah, to practice memory, to cultivate it until we have time, because it could be too late at a certain moment, like it happened in Russia. Yes, that you suddenly discovered yourself in a darkness. It's something what you wouldn't expect yesterday, but you are in. And so this pretending for being, oblivious, in the past, it works against against you. So I'm always for culture of remembering, for be engaged in the work we cope with memories, because it is, you see, it is our life. That's how we work on who we are. Yeah, it's very much. And one thing more, even because we connect memory very often with the past, with something what happened, but in fact we practice memories or practice memory just for the future. If you are afraid about the future of your children, if you are afraid about the future of your country, if you are afraid about the future of yourselves, you deal with memory because it can open up the future for you. If you can't do it, if you are incapable to do that, you feel that the future is somehow closed. Yeah, it's not opening for you. So we work with the young generation with memories, but we are conscious that it can work for the future. In fact, that's why this engagement is so authentic and natural for us. If it would be only about the past, you know, it is another thing. We can have it or not. We can marginalize it somehow, but it's in fact a struggle about the future, about opening up for the development, for the better perspective we can have in the future.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for staying with us this morning. If nobody has no more questions or comments, it's a pity, but I have to end this section. And stay safe, Krzysztof,
Yes.
get well, Zanda. We hope to meet you in our next conference or occasions. So,
yes, we can meet on the other conference, but we can meet also at the Borderlands. So if feel invited, also we can meet in our center in Sejna or Krasnogruda.
yes, thank you.
All the best. Thank you.
And now we will have a coffee break, and we are meeting and coming back maybe at 12. Yes, a bit later. Okay. Okay. Then 10 minutes to 12, we will be waiting you again and see you.
Hello, everyone. We start our first session, and we invite to present her paper, Dovilė Kuzmickaitė from Lithuania, from Vilnius University. And Dovilė's areas research are women literature, comparative literature, translation, Spanish literature. She is a participant of Horizon 2020, Twinning MotherNet project. And please, Dovilė, she presents her paper, Remembering Mothers as a Path to the Construction of Itself, Gloria Gervits and Birutė Pukelevičiūtė.
Everybody, just give me a quick minute to put my slides on. I hope everything will go fine with that. Where are we? Share screen. Yep. Yeah. So I hope you can see the slides all right. My paper is called Remembering Mothers as a Path to the Construction of Self, Gloria Gervits and Birutė Pukelevičiūtė. And it might sound a bit strange that I'm in Lithuania presenting in English, but that's precisely why, because my paper is a part of MotherNet project. So we are delivering in English in it. And today I would like to discuss the approach to mother's figure in the poetry of Mexican author Gloria Gervits and Lithuanian writer and actress Birutė Pukelevičiūtė, focusing mainly on the poetry books Migraciones, Migrations, and Metuges, respectively. I will analyze how both writers, poets evoke maternal figures and use them to reveal the complexity and the authenticity of their lyrical subjects. So despite different cultural backgrounds, both poets share certain similarities in their personal lives and poetics. Birutė Pukelevičiūtė belongs to Lithuanian Exodus, and within it she represents a singular poetic voice, since Lithuanian Exodus literature lacks women's perspectives, and especially the ones that wouldn't respond to the pre-established poetic forms of the era. And in her poetry book Metuges, instead of focusing on the themes hope, salvation, and fight, established by Vytautas Kubilius, typical to other Exodus writers, Pukelevičiūtė reveals rich, well-formulated, dynamic inner life of a woman, portrayed via intimate relationships, religious and folkloric imagery, eros, and death. Gloria Gervits is a Mexican poet, though she belongs to a family of to a Jewish family who immigrated to Mexico from Ukraine. Alike Pukelevičiūtė, Gervits has been praised for bringing a well-articulated women's perspective into 20th century women's literature in Mexico. During her poetic career, Gervits wrote and rewrote only one poetry collection, Migraciones, Migration in English. It was edited for the first time in 1991 and then re-edited 6 times. The last one was in 2020. As in the case of Pukelevičiūtė, Gervits' poetry also evolves around the topics of personal relationships, cultural heritage, Jewish in this case, intimacy, and death. Moreover, both poets are linked by the precise and the same almost concept of the poetry book. Gervits spent her whole life rewriting Migrations, shifting the emphasis from eros to thanatos, accordingly to her life experiences at the moment. And all the versions of the book consist of different poetic fragments. They are intertwined and they all have very characteristic, strong female voice and perspective. And the poet herself calls this poetry book a poem, which in combination to the fluidity of form allows me to talk about the text as an uncontrolled stream of consciousness. This concept can also be recognized in Metuges by Pukelevičiūtė. She opts for a less restricted poetic form, letting her lyrical subject express herself freely and underlining in its manner the poetic experience as a phenomena, rather than a structured and systemized intellectual activity. This more intuitive approach to poetry echoes the way in which Hélène Sicous thinks about it, underlining the innate relationship between poetry and unconsciousness. Approaching the matter in this manner, poetry seems to become a way to reflect on oneself and the world. Here we could also remember the kinship between philosophical thinking and poetical thinking established by Spanish philosopher Maria Zambrano. Free associative poetic form is or seems to be a perfect field to explore one's nature. Precisely the chaotic, fragmentary, intimate writing allows me to apply in this analysis the approximation to women's writing formulated by the mentioned Hélène Sicous in The Lap of Medusa, where formal instability is a sign for women's self-edification, and the authentic movement of text implies the authenticity of a self. Structural fluidity allows to introduce into the poetry a variety of different elements, one of them, in this particular case, being the memory of the figure of mother, which in the studies of women's literature is one of the key figures in the process of self-understanding. Sicous argues that in every woman there is a mother of a sort. In her studies on women's literature, Birutė Cipliauskaitė too explains that women writers often dialogue with certain, she calls, mirror figures, and try to assimilate them or break through them. And the memory, together with a more net-like rather than lineal thinking, is a crucial way to understand female subjectivity. Hence the importance of a dialogue with an almost phantasmal figure of mother in the poetry of Gloria Gervits and Birutė Pūkelevičiūtė. In the last version of Migrations, Migraciones, which I'm focusing on in this paper, it was published in 2020, the presence of mother increases highly. All the text seems to be gravitated towards the maternal figure. While evoking the mother, lyrical subject goes through a spectrum of approaches. To begin with, she narrates the story of her mother, emphasizing the aspects that she wouldn't be possibly able to witness also sometimes. And I quote, "She and the midday sun, white flowers, two children clinging to her skirt, goes through the Parque Mexico, she who didn't know how to say the Kaddish, saying goodbye in the train station." Here, lyrical subject potentially remembers what she really could not have possibly witnessed. The daughter is a sort of chronist who constructs the narrative about her mother, both from the knowledge and the imagination, and only a part of the discourse might be an actual memory. The relationship with the mother seems to be so strong that the daughter inherits her experiences and remembers them instead of the mother. Another form of maternal presence in the poem is the one of description, which is, from my point of view, the closest to what we normally understand as remembering. Lyrical subject detaches from the symbiosis with the mother in this case, a sort of collective being, and observes her mother from the distance. And I quote, "And my mother got old, and one Sunday she put on one blue and one black shoe, and without understanding, and without her pearls, and with her jade brooch, and with the absurdity of those shoes, and with the most solitary solitude of these shoes," she says. Yet the observation and testimony can also evolve into the complete identification with the mother, where the daughter becomes a mimesis of the mother. And another quote goes, "And I see how my mother puts calla lilies into the ornamented jar and listens to boleros on the radio. She likes them so much. And I see my grandmother and the girl who is me bringing calla lilies to my mother. And I see myself here and now, after all these years, with calla lilies in the vase. And I listen to the same boleros as my mother did. And time pours into other times, and my life is composed by all the other lives." In this particular fragment, the timeline is of great significance, together with the shift of perspective. In a very small fragment of the text, lyrical subject shares the same moment with her mother, then she observes her, and then she evokes herself as a girl through the memory and imagination, and then come back to the present moment of remembering and identifying. Yet the relationship between the lyrical subject and her mother is not altogether possible and positive, and quite the contrary. And here we have one fragment of the text that says, and I forgot myself and I blame myself for doing this to myself, and much more, this and much more in order to make my mother love me, this and much more in order to deserve her love, because I still love her and I still obey her. Even when she's dead, I still obey her. Even despite my own will, I still do. Therefore, remembering the mother is also related to forgetting oneself. There seems to be no place for both subjectivities. One has to eventually dissolve into the other or surrender. So here we can appreciate the struggle to mirror in the terms of Ciplijauskaitė. Mother's figure in Gervit's poetry can even embody the deepest existential terror, and when it does, the mother is a lively presence rather than a passive memory. Says the lyrical subject, I am hurt, mother, you hurt me, mother, you pulled me out, mother, you hurt me, mother, let me go out of you, let me go. And she asks as if the mother would still be able to react or respond. And then she even adds on that, from what mother do I try to run away? What mother runs away from me? Says the lyrical subject, once again attributing to the figure of mother the characteristics of someone actually alive. The reader enters the most intimate terrain of trauma and witnesses that mother's figure in Gervit's poetry is not reduced to the topics or does not appear constructed mainly of paraphernalia. It is not static. It is integrated in the consciousness of a lyrical subject, so remains active. Remembering her mother, lyrical subject also evokes herself. Here we can see that memory actually is an act and an action as established by Ricoeur. Also, I like to emphasize that time is not linear in Gervit's poetry. For instance, the lyrical subject says, and here also is the girl who cried hugging her dead mother, and she's still crying inside me. And the memory forms an alternative timeline, which seems to be even more important than the objective time, since it participates in the articulation of the inner self of the lyrical subject. Despite the pain, the lyrical subject of a poem does not try to erase the unsettling. On the contrary, she articulates it again and again, converting the narrative about mother into the axis of her discourse. The mother is the ultimate frontier. She is the beginning and the end of existence. And I quote, now when I'm older than you and I dye my hair as you did and I wear your pearl earrings, resemble you and you are dead. End of the quote. Here we can see how the other is absorbed and becomes a part of a self. The daughter is the continuum of her mother. In Metugės by Birutė Pukelevičiūtė, the presence of mother is lower, though I would have to mention that the mere quantity of the text is also smaller. Pukelevičiūtė's lyrical subject does not evoke mother with such an obsessive frequency as Gervit's one does. Nonetheless, the images where the mother appears, from my point of view, are still relevant. The first time the mother is mentioned in the book, she appears as if the lyrical subject is remembering the information that she, again, could not possibly have. My mother is slim as a hackberry. She's heavy with me, and misfortune is maturing inside her. In the night, sharp August stars fall into my cradle, and my mother weeps for the first time, because I split from her as a rock, and I will roll down without her. End of the quote. Here, as in the poetry of Gervits, the line between remembering, thus having knowledge, and imagining, thus creating knowledge, is very slim. The lyrical subject has information about her mother, and she also has knowledge about mothering, and she manipulates kind of both. The manipulation, as Ricoeur argues, rests in the very core of memory, so it is not a very strange strategy. Similar to Gervits, Pukelevičiūtė emphasizes a conflictive relationship with the mother, the lack of belonging, and the separation. And here we could also once again go back to Ciplijauskaitė and remember the importance of dialogue with or separation from the key figures in women's writing. Later in the text, a lyrical subject refers to herself as a mother, and I quote, "Here we are, slaves, hetaeras, mothers, we are just vineyards full of obedience and spite." Using the collective we, the lyrical subject implies that motherhood is a key characteristic of womanhood, an abstract that rests in the very core of womanhood. In that case, remembering, talking to, or about a mother, lyrical subject is in a sense also evoking herself. This lets me think that the relationship with the mother, both more individual or abstract, is equally important in the texts of Pukelevičiūtė and Gervits. One part of Metoges is actually called My Mothers, but curiously enough, clear verbalization of maternal figure only appears at the very end of it. Before that, the text brings to our attention a somehow abstract imagery. And I quote, they are all here, men and women, big sturdy women. At the end of the poem, lyrical subject says, I lost myself for a minute. Yeah. At the end of the poem, lyrical subject says, young forest witches, here we are, yep. My young mothers breastfed me with their very sweet milk. The stars fell through my fingers. This is why I resemble a year shoot, green and without a curse. Here, the memory is even more far away from the realistic imagery. Lyrical subject evokes a sort of collective mother, which once again does not belong to the individual memory, rather to the field of imagination. Ricoeur underlines that memory and imagination both contain the concept of absence. Precisely the absence, although paradoxically, is what Pukelevičiūtės and Gervits' mothers have in common. Also, it is interesting that the very repertoire of images that Pukelevičiūtė applies in her text and in Metoges in general is related to the act of remembering. The figure of forest witches belongs to Lithuanian folklore. The poet turns to the collective memory of literary forms to obtain poetic figures. Similarly, Gervits includes fragments in Hebrew in her book, underlining the cultural heritage, normally also very much related to the maternal figure and the not belonging. In Metoges, Pukelevičiūtė works on a maternal presence from a different perspective or approach than Gervits does. Yet in Atradimų ruduo, published in 1990, her poetry book with an explicit politic message, we can see two particular cases that are very much close to what Gervits does. The book starts with a sequence of poetic sketches, and one of them says, and I quote, "There are no people, everything is empty, only our dead mothers are sitting on the bench chatting as if they were alive." This image is particularly interesting since it combines memory of a late mother, envisioning sitting on the bench, and collectiveness, our mothers. Here, mother as a figure gains similar aspects to those characteristics in the poetry of Gloria Gervits. The mother is the last one left in the emptiness, thus she is the beginning and the end. This fragment of the text is rewritten towards the end of the book after being repeated exactly the same way in the page 79. On the page 80, it offers a variation. And I quote, "There is only my mother sitting on the bench. She is wearing something flowery, sitting under the sun umbrella, as beautiful as in summers of my childhood. During the mass, she would sit in the churchyard and I would pick white clovers by her feet, the maternal ideal. But even during her wake, I have a photo. My mother was very beautiful." Both Gloria Gervits and Birutė Pukelevičiūtė underline the physical beauty of their mothers, which might be interpreted as a manner to provide us with peaceful aesthetic image of mother, which then contrasts in the very particular way to the notion of death and conflict, also emerging in the text, and the echo in that particular way, the tension between Eros and Thanatos, important both in Metoges and Migrations. So the domains of memory in the poetry of Gervits and Pukelevičiūtė seem to be wide. Memory does not contain only facts or what happened to one, that data about one particular life. It might be composed of a wider global knowledge. The memory is not static. It does not belong strictly to the past, and also it can be manipulated, as recur implies. The memories are actualized in the moment of remembering. They constitute the reality and the identity of the one who is remembering. So the memory becomes almost performative. Moreover, the fact of remembering can be equally important as the information remembered, since remembering, especially in women's literature, I sense, is an exercise of the archaeology of self, which is of great importance to self-understanding. Also, in the poetry of Gervits, and as seen in the one of Pukelevičiūtė by some extent, the exercise of writing itself is an act of memory. By rewriting the written, echoing their own texts, the poets actualize the process of memory. And that is everything from me. Thank you for your attention, and I will stop sharing the slides. No.
Thank you, Dovilė, for such interesting presentation and all question and discussion after all four reports, because we have time at the end. And now we invite our guest from Latvia University. We have Liudmila Sproge and Olga Proskūrova-Timofejeva from University of Latvia. Liudmila Sproge, professor, the head of the Department of Russian and Slavic Language, and her colleague Olga Proskūrova-Timofejeva, her interest field is I find that is children and adult literature and Russian emigre literature. And we present the paper on the multicultural plot in the memoirs of the female emigre authors of interwar Latvia and Estonia. Please, the floor is yours. Please,
Hello.
Olga, hello.
Hello. Hello, dear colleagues. From really rainy and cloudy gray Riga. It's a real honor to take part in this conference, and many thanks for such an inspiring beginning and brilliant speakers. It's really high level of thinking and research. So yes, as I was presented, my name is Olga Proskūrova-Timofejeva, and I'm a PhD student of literary studies at University of Latvia, doing my research on the Russian emigre childhood and children's literature of Russian immigrants in interwar Latvia. And my supervisor, Doctor of Philology, Professor Liudmila Sproge, who unfortunately could not be present here today, has a distinguished expertise on Russian first-wave emigre authors settled in the Baltics and beyond after October coup d'etat. And for the purpose of this presentation today, we decided to mix our research interests, mine of interwar emigre childhood and hers of Russian emigre ego texts, and see what narratives have been created and what self-description techniques have been used by the Russian emigre authors to describe their childhood in a very specific loca, interwar Latvia and interwar Estonia. To narrow the research area even more, in the focus of our today's attention, there will be childhood memories recorded by 3 female emigre authors whose formative years were spent in the Baltics. And now I'll try to share my screen with the presentation. Hopefully you will see my screen, do you?
Yes.
Thank you. And so we will look at the text of Tanya Alexander, whose memoir An Estonian Childhood was first published in English in 1980s and later translated into Estonian and Russian. The central figure of Tanya's recollections is her legendary mother, Maria Zakrevskaya-Benkendorf-Budberg, a double or even a triple spy of Soviets, Brits, and probably Germans. We will also look at Natalia Sinaiskaya, whose memoir, published in Russian in 90s, is concentrated around her father, Vasily Sinaisky, a famous emigre law professor at the University of Latvia. And we will also look at the text of Lyudmila Obolenskaya-Flom, a granddaughter of a prominent emigre lawyer, Peter Jacobi, whose family found its shelter in interwar Latvia. Despite the fact that the significant political and socio-cultural events in these memoirs occurred when the authors were young children, when they were unable to fully appreciate the significance and inevitable consequences of what was happening, the ego texts are distinguished by the absence of infantilism and, in a sense, conscious avoidance of the child's gaze. Moreover, reading those memoirs exposes the reader to insightful historical and factual knowledge distilled from certain ideologies. The works under discussion are also creative. It is impossible not to note the literary nuances that bring them closer to examples of high artistic prose. On the other hand, the clear rule of writing authentically and accurately corresponds to the explicit documentary remarks when the events are being reported. To follow this rule, two strategies are used. Sometimes the authors use several voices for storytelling. As one writes, I quote, "I undertook to convey what I myself know about my father and what my mother told," end quote. Thus, with the incorporation of an authoritative witness, the mother, a certain line of narration is being created, from which the reader learns about the events that a child could not witness or remember herself. Another strategy that is used by the authors is incorporation of factual materials. For example, general historic information, statistics of the population that serves the reason I will touch upon later. But let us look at these three women recollecting their childhood. Tanya Alexander Benkendorf was born in 1915 in St. Petersburg. At 3 years old, Tanya was taken with her brother by her father to his family home in Estonia to distance themselves from the effects of the October coup d'etat. Her mother, Maria or Mura Zakrevsky, told her children that she had to stay behind to care for their sickly grandmother. The following year, Tanya, her brother, and their young cousins discovered Tanya's father, Jan Benkendorf, in the woods, shot dead while walking. He was probably murdered by a peasant. Tanya writes, quote, "Estonia was in a state of chaos and lawlessness. Cruelty and murder happened every day. In early childhood, we practically lived without parents. Father was killed. Mother, as we were told, remained in Petrograd. We were told that it was very difficult to cross the border between Russia and Estonia, even if my mother wanted to come to us," end quote. To overcome cruelty of the present, a 5-year-old girl was finding refuge in her favorite children's books, Little Lord Fauntleroy and Andersen's fairy tales. She read in many languages. She writes, quote, "From an early age, we spoke Russian, German, and English at home. We also read and wrote in these 3 languages. At that time, Estonian was still a developing language. We spoke it mainly with the villagers and servants. We learned to speak Estonian fluently by ear, but could not write. We arrived in Estonia during the decisive period of the country's struggle for independence. During their independence, the Estonians accomplished great things, but their independence lasted only 20 years until 1940, when Estonia became one of the hostages of the Second World War and was eventually recaptured by the Soviet Union," end quote. Despite the traumas in finding her father dead and her mother absent, Tanya professed to having spent an idyllic childhood at Usadba, a small lakeside dower house surrounded by eccentric yet loving relations and an Irish woman who had been nanny to her own mother. Tanya writes, Quote, "My early life was influenced by 3 women, all of them complex characters and strong personalities, who had to find their own way of adapting to very different from those they might have expected to enjoy. My Irish governess Mickey sacrificed her family and suffered exile. My aunt Zora lost everyone who was dear to her, as well as her homeland and her position in society. And my mother, who stayed behind in Russia throughout the terrifying events of the Revolution and Civil War, lost her home, her husband, and her, perhaps most important to her, her great love. A loss which profoundly affected the rest of her life." End quote. Tanya's mother's great love was the famous diplomat and spy Robert Bruce Lockhart, expelled from Russia in 1918. Among her other lovers were Maxim Gorky and Herbert Wells, who both are featured in Tanya's memoir as well. One of the characteristics of Tanya's self-depicting in the childhood years is dividing the world which is described by her in 2 parts: the childhood present, which an author actually does remember, and the future, which is to be experienced and subsequently remembered. The past is the issue. About the past, the girl learns from adult interlocutors. Although this is unexperienced past of noble parents in her writing, she perceives this more emotionally and more intensely. The explanation for this might lie within the existential stance of the immigrants of the first wave, when the lines of demarcation before and after were crucial. History and time in the minds of immigrants became discrete. The traditional triad, past, present, future, at the level of mental self-perception broke up into yesterday and tomorrow only, where the past is usually marked positively and the future is seen as the necessary reconstruction of the beautiful past. The retrospective living of the past, which must be re-experienced, that is repeated in the future, is especially clearly noted in the reproduction of adult voices when Tanya writes about the past. When she is 19, Tanya leaves Estonia for England. Interestingly enough, in the childish part of the memoir, the events of the Ussadba life and what is happening outside the estate can be compared with a fairy tale plot. The girl models what she sees and hears from others according to the mode of a fairy tale, once upon a time. Then the fairy tale plot is eventually replaced by the prose of Tanya's grown-up life. The second author is Natalia Sinaiskaya. Born in Kiev in 1914, her father, law professor Vasily Sinaisky, received an invitation to come to Latvia to work at university in 1922. So she moved to Riga when she was 8 years old. The full name of her memoir is A Circle of Life of Professor Vasily Ivanovich Sinaisky, Memoirs of his daughter Natalia Vasilievna Sinaiskaya, restored from records and memory. The book was published in Russian first in 1998, then republished in 2001. The strategy that Natalia used is backing up her personal narration with factography, statistics of the population, historical encounters of Riga neighborhoods and churches, programs of the study courses her father taught at the university. Such a storytelling strategy is conscious. It focuses on the description of documents. The introduction of the figures and tables into the canvas of memoirs of childhood testifies to the advantage of the actual documents over the living memory of the child. It feels like it is an attempt to replace one's emotional memory with documents. Because of this, the memory of childhood fades into the background and formal information begins to dominate. The titles of the chapters hide personal story. They sound neutral, thus unemotional. Foundation of Riga, important places of Riga, parks and gardens of Riga, Moscow neighborhood of Riga, University of Latvia, Russian academic organizations, etc. Of course, the central figure of the memoir is Vasily Sinaisky. The author certainly feels that she needs to be as precise as factual as possible in the details and context of her father's biography. The famous father, multicultural interwar Latvia, multilingual Riga are present, but the little girl, Natasha, is missing. The third author is Lyudmila Abalenskaya-Flam, a long-time employee of the Voice of America radio station. She was not an émigré of the first wave herself, as she was born in 1931 in Riga, in the family of prominent Russian émigrés Jacobi. She was a Latvian citizen. Then Lyudmila has become a DP, a displaced person, and then thus she turned to be an émigré author of the next wave. The book that we are looking at is called Lawyer Pyotr Nikolaevich Jacobi and His Family, Memoirs. It was published in 2014 in Russian. The memoirist begins her plot from the terrible year of 1940, when she, a 9-year-old girl, witnessed the arrest and death of her relatives. Fear, I quote, "Fear did not come immediately. More and more people disappeared around, but there was a naive hope that the wave of arrests would pass. Hope proved futile. Now, in our Riga apartment, where Dad, Mom, and I lived, mysterious conversations of adults were held behind closed doors. I was strictly ordered not to tell anyone about what was happening in the family. Sometimes, when one of the relatives came, meetings took place in the bathroom to the sound of running water from an open tap. The following months were, for my mother, the time of going through the torment so familiar to the families of the repressed, seeking dates, transfers, and information about the fate of their loved ones." End quote. Memories of a happy childhood in a big, fabulous family in Riga are clearly defined by time frames. These are 7 years from 1932 to 1939. Unlike the two previous texts, the author never lived in Russian Empire, either in her childhood or in her youth. The beginning of self-awareness as a Russian-speaking girl takes place in the multicultural capital of independent Latvia, where, along with fragmentary memories of infancy and childhood, a picture of life of a multifaceted Riga is created, with churches of different religions, theaters of different cultures, a Russian gymnasium, family albums, reading children's books. Despite of using many documents from personal archives of family members, this ego text is explicitly literary. Depicting or restoring the memories of Riga, the author clearly is paying tribute to a famous Rigan female interwar writer, Irina Saburova. To summarize, the truth of the fact recollecting their childhood years was one of the high criteria for all three authors. Different strategies to present the memories were used. Other authoritative voices, voices of adults, and the canvas of the storytelling, formal information to back up personal memories, fairy tale or literary models to format documentary narratives. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Olga. And yes, stop sharing the screen.
Yes, I will. Just a second. I'll try. Okay.
Yes, and we have time, but now we invite Ingūna Daugštė from Latvia 2, from Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art and University of Latvia. Yes, and Ingūna, senior research at Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art, and her interest fields Latvian literary life and Latvian literature during the refugees year in Germany, and the Latvian literature in the USA and Canada. And I found that your latest books is very interesting, Waiting for the Boat, 2019. Please, Inguna, your presentation.
Yeah. Nice to see and meet in this strange time in Zoom form, but I'm happy to take place. The literature of Latvian refugees and exile maps a wide spatial and geographical landscape, widens the geographical poetics, contrasts and otherness of Latvian literature. But for every refugee and emigre, the Latvian space, its places, towns, landscapes element were equally important and formed an integral part of their identity. Between the fatherland and foreign lands, there will always be the painful and dramatic emotional tension, with a refugee and exile trying to reinvent him or herself. At the same time, they must not lose their belonging in the foreign land. The same as writers and poets looking for words to express their emotion, pain, longing. At the same time, they also have to search for new poetic and generally literary means of expression, new symbols. The exile literature developed the new topics, new environments, impression, different everyday life. Still, the exile retained their longing for the lost. There becomes the question, how does an author put up with this alien environment? Does one distance oneself from it or tries to include, to write in the new environment, conditions, also the landscape of his literary work? And the way, some way documented this time outside homeland. Gunārs Janauskis is the Latvian exile writer, sometimes referred to as the late beginner. While still at university, second half of the 1930s, he published some poetry in periodicals, but seriously turned to writing and started forming as an author already in exile. In Latvia, he, as he admitted himself, still lacked experience in the matter to write about. In 1947, Janauskis went to Great Britain. There he worked in a brick kiln and cement factory. In 1952, he purchased a farm near Nottingham in central England, and for the first time in his life started farming work. It was in Great Britain that his literary talent was born and started to develop. In all his works, he includes something for his own life, observation, feeling, and pain. Literary scholar Dace Lūse had stated that reading works of Gunārs Janauskis, one can experience of Latvian history of 20th century. The harshly romantic period of the 1920s and 30s, the first deportation of the Baltic Germans in autumn in 1939, the Soviet occupation, the German occupation, the tragic fates of Latvian soldiers, loss of independence, the refugee life, the life of emigre. These crosspoints of Latvian history have found their literary reflection in Janauskis' works. In literary heritage of Gunārs Janauskis consists of some 30 books, 40 volumes of collected works, more reprints, stage-produced works. Some of his novels have been translated into Estonian, German, and English. I quote, "I started writing while still farming. Living alone, during a drought evenings, I start putting on paper my experience in war and in exile. There were absolutely no more solution to accept in order to live on one's own truth." Quote end. The first novel by Janauskis is titled Sola and was published 1963. Already in his one, the topic so important in all Janauskis' work is strong present, namely the tragic fate of the Latvian soldiers, the war and after in exile. The other substantial topics of the works is the depiction of the Latvian community in England. The writer was Martin, literary geography map in the Latvian exile, the life of the Latvians in England, providing a literary documentation of its most mundane aspects, as well as the trouble, dreams, longing of the people. It was a similar importance as the author to depict the experiences of his life in Latvia, marking the belonging to the particular location and time of his youth. These are the 1920s and 30s. Depiction of Latvia as it was a kind of documentation of the land of his childhood and youth forms the most poetic range of Janauskis' works. Nevertheless, the latter also reflects the historical age and events in it, the ones that brought tragic changes to the fate of the people. The writer that turned form the place of his childhood and youth, forcing the becomes an exile. And it is demonstrative that this history works, the writer only returns to the places on his childhood and youth in Pārdaugava is the final stage of his creative activity. And both in his works and recollection, these places and time is still alive, and it even lives on. And thus also have a value of the cultural environment. As the places of Pārdaugava, the author is so fond of have changed with the course of time. While away from this fatherland, the author still thinks of the lost home and Latvia left behind. In 1960s, especially 70s, some exiles as tourists visited the Soviet Latvia, but Janauskis was not among them. He did visit Latvia several times, but only after it regained its independence. He was well over 70 years of age then. Gunārs Janauskis visited the places of his youth in Pārdaugava. So much has changed there than the writer visited the neighborhood. Even the atmosphere was different. In the places there a person had spent his childhood, the child symbolically met the old gray man he had become. Janauskis lived in Pārdaugava since 1921. Went the primary school there then changed for the much more prestigious Riga city gymnasium #1. In order to get to his school, he neither crossed the Daugava by the ridge or took a boat ride. Pārdaugava at the time was mainly gardens, 1 and 2 story villas and small apartment houses, mainly also wooden, small shops, narrow and sandy streets, parks, and overall a much less busy atmosphere. This was a different part of the Latvian capital Riga, and one may say to an extent it still is. Thanks to novels by Janovskis Ines, that's its mean woman name, and Nams Slokas ielā, a house on the Slokas Street, the reader can feel the affectionate atmosphere still today, reading a literary work. The places of past, streets, houses, events, fates of people, their everyday life comes to life and lives. And it urges and calls to work the streets of the writer's youth to see the places he saw. These literary works open new opportunities for research, mapping the location from the author's works as all those were really places in the cultural environment and landscape in Riga, in Pārdaugava. To an extent, the environment is still preserved in the 21st century. The actual places and space of authors' life merge with location, where the action takes places on his works. The writer has preserved in these works the historical, cultural environment of the part of Riga, the everyday life of people, their surrounding. Those are not places only extant in author's imagination, but instead a real environment and places from the biography of the writer himself, becoming to life and living on the pages of novels. I find the useful theoretical basis to search research aspects: childhood's place, memory place, literary geography, literary topography. Writing about, there you can see some expression what is useful. Writing about the places of his childhood, describing them topographically as if placing them on a map, the writer could symbolically turn home to his Pārdaugava as it was in 1920s and 30s. It was the feeling of belonging the author has. It also urges to think wider, whether and how the writers in exile reflect on the past events and specific places, as is one, the places of childhood and the environment. In its turn, attractiveness of Janovskis' literary works comes from the ability to create a special emotional atmosphere, romantic pains, alternating with witty, something even ironic playfulness. And the location there, the action of the novels take place is of great importance, as the location usually has some meanings of the author's own biography. Of course, the literary text should be not taken for historical reality, but even if it possesses such a biographic link, but it is still already recreated by writer. Gunārs Janovskis once stated the literature is a second word, at the same time beautiful and dreadful. Writing provided him with a means to return home together with those readers who have lived in Pārdaugava. The writer put it as follows, I quote, "I would like to say that in my works, I live my own life in the different variants and various possibilities that couldn't have formed out of that life, and also actually did. I cannot write anything that I would not be a recipient of, at least to some extent. The very fate helped me to light several leaves. Usually I myself an observer, rarely a hero. In every book you can meet me, there is always something watching, evaluating, that is me. End of quotation. To tell the event, the past, of the great importance also for the author himself, but thus he also, through the literary forms, documented the age. The literary text created abroad, outside the natural language environment and surrounding, remove the limits or transgress the former limits to the idea of literary text and becomes a cultural memory, collective place memory, artifact, offering various opportunities of variation and view. One can find in the literary works by Gunārs Janauskis some intersection with the author's biography, in the extent that the term literary autobiography can be applied to it. Writer Gunārs Janauskis has always viewed his writing a part of the Latvian literature. Quote, I live in England, but yet I'm not in home. I come here in Latvia and feel my belonging to it here. End quotation. His work is capable of still attracting the readers of the 21st century. Also those with no refugee or emigre experience. As a writer possesses the ability to tell the story, to interweave this work with the dramatic and tragic events of 20th century Latvian history, promoting better understanding what happened to the Latvians in his period. The writer is one of them and witness of his own age. The other hand, for me, having been born, grow up, and still living in Pārdaugava, the literary creation by Gunārs Janauskis constitute an urge to go on and search and see the location related to the author's childhood and early youth. To go on a literary walk, searching for intersection of biography and literary work. And I have found some pictures from the writer's childhood and this environment and these places. We can look historically back, and here you can see the house place and building of first school, and there you can see nowadays Kaunsiem Street is one of them central streets leading from Pārdaugava to the city center, and with the traffic, road artery, and here you can see these contrasts with UNESCO included wooden buildings, panel and brick houses, and 20th century buildings. And this is other environment, other place, but in novels of, but in these novels in Gunārs Janauskis, the historical Pārdaugava is always life live. And this is only only small part from my research. I only start with work with this new technology and digital humanities and tools, and this mapping of writers' life places. And but I think it is one possibilities how we can look at places of writers and look at literary works. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Inguna, for your presentation. And now, yes, please stop share your screen. Now we had three reports, three presentation from women literature, from women poetry, from women memoirs to male memoirs, from mother's figure to father's figure. And now we invite our guest from France, Astrid Fizichak from Sorbonne University in Paris. Hello, Astrid.
Yeah, hello.
Astrid presentation is Time, Space, and Memory in Elizabeth Bishop Poetry. Please, 20 minutes, yours.
Okay. Hello, so thank you very much for this presentation, and also thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work. Yeah, something I guess is not working well with my computer, so I can't share my screen, but I will repeat the quotations if I use any. I'm sorry about that. It's fine. Okay, so as you said, yes, I'd like to talk about, the notion of time, space, and memory in Elizabeth Bishop's poetry. So Elizabeth Bishop is an American poet who was born in 1911 and who died in 1979. And even though she was born in the US, she spent a lot of time in Canada. She also spent a lot of time in Brazil also. And she had quite an interesting life because, to go back to the notion of oblivion, of memory, she lost her parents when she was very young. She lost her father first when she was 8 months old, which is quite interesting because she talks about this quite often in her poetry. And she also lost her mother a bit later. So, yes. So let us start. I hope you can hear me okay. Let us start then. Okay, so Elizabeth Bishop's poetry revolves around the themes of exile, of memory, oblivion, as her characters or narrators are traveling across North and South America. The landscape also gradually dissolves into nothingness. Thus, writing about geography might be a way to prevent the place from being utterly forgotten, in a sense. This statement shall lead us to analyze how Elizabeth Bishop specializes or materializes time, how she can retrieve space whilst, fighting to keep the memory of a specific place and of specific people alive. So I'd like to analyze this and talk about 3 points mainly, if I have time. So first, I'd like to say that real time and space are intertwined, and I'd like to study the notion more precisely of clocks, of alarm clocks, and etc. Secondly, I'd say that her poetry abounds in runes, in monuments, in old-fashioned maps as well, and traces. So I'd like to talk about the notion of trace, of runes, of this, the rune being a material memory in a sense. And then finally, in a third point, if I have time, I'd like to address the notion of politics, how some people are forgotten, and the political repercussions it can have, or consequences it can have on this. Okay, so let us start now with the representation of time and the importance of clocks in her poetry, basically. So I'd like to say that there's no space without time, and there's no time without space. Both are deeply intertwined in her poetry. I like to talk also about an example. So one of her poems is entitled "The Colder the Air." So yeah, my computer is not working, so I can't show you. But the poem is entitled "The Colder the Air," and in this poem she materializes time, saying that the time ticks in her pocket, it ticks loud, etc. So the time of memory is symbolized by this watch, by this clock contained in the pockets of the subject of the narrator here. And we may wonder why the notion of time, of the ticking time, is so paramount to Bishop's poetry or to Bishop's writing. The numerous allusions to time lead us to study the relationship between memory and time, memory and oblivion. The allusions to clocks refer to the notion of duration, of the dissolution of time, and of the memory related to space, as I said. I would also like to point at the numerous references to circles, which refer to the ambiguous duality of time. And for Bergson, because I talked about duration, I talked about time, so I guess I need to talk about Bergson as well, so the French philosopher. And for him, memory is composed of the past, it's composed of the present, it's composed of the future, which intermingle and overlap, and thus creating a subjective, intuitive time, which might be prone to oblivion as well, as it's a personal time. Memory thus seems to be in the image of these circles, of these clocks, because it is composed of diverse elements. I told you about this poem entitled "The Colder the Air." I'd like to mention another poem which is entitled "One Art." And in this poem, what happens is that the poet is regretting, and she's very, let's say, sad about all the places she's lost, about all the people and all the objects she lost. So she makes a list of different people, she makes a list of different objects that she lost and that she regrets. For example, she regrets the loss of her mother's watch. So again, we got the watch, and it's quite interesting because the watch refers to time as well. Of course, the time that she lost, because she lost her mother's watch, but also the term watch is quite polysemic because it refers to the gaze or to the presence of the mother. So the mother is absent, just like time is absent or can be lost in a sense. And after she goes on mentioning the different places, the different houses, the different homes that she lost. And this notion of presence and absence leads me then to my second point, that is the question of relics, the questions of traces, of runes, actually. So how does memory is conveyed in the poem, within space? So to what extent Bishop's runes or traces partake to the depiction of time and to the notion of the memento memory as well. So as I said, time and space illustrate the art of memory, and it's conveyed through vestiges, through runes, for example. And we talked about Ricoeur as well a bit earlier. So Ricoeur, yes, for Ricoeur, Paul Ricoeur, so the French critic as well. The notion of trace is quite interesting because it's a link between memory and space, as the trace symbolizes the absence in space. So space keeps here the memory of something of the past here. And so the depiction of runes, of traces, of footprints is quite essential to Bishop's poetry, and it partakes to this idea of memento memory as well. I told you about footprints as a trace, as a sort of ghost-like presence of an absent character or an absent time or space, we don't know exactly. I'd like then to talk about a poem which is entitled again, so The End of March, so The End of March. And in this poem, in The End of March, then in this poem, the character or the lyric subject walks along a beach and she witnesses everything that she's lost. She witnesses a house which is, she looks at a house which is gradually disappearing in the distance. And as the house is gradually disappearing in the distance, so we don't know whose house it is exactly. Is it her house? Is it a house from the past? We don't know exactly. But as she looks at this, we see that she also mentions a kite, the string of which has been lost. Anyway, so we just see this kite and we don't see the string again. So it's quite a ghost-like presence, absence of what has been forgotten, of what has been left here exactly. So as I told you, the trace is quite multiple, it's quite Protean in the work of Elizabeth Bishop. It is inscribed in time, it maintains a strong link with memory, and these past presences are attested by the traces or footprints, as I told you, in The End of March, or also the crumbs that the lyric subjects leave behind. I told you about footprints. I'd like to talk you also about crumbs, because you know, in another poem which is entitled A Miracle for Breakfast, so the poem is entitled A Miracle for Breakfast, and in this poem the character or the lyric subject describes the destiny of a crumb, so of a bread crumb that she's about to eat for breakfast actually. And so I'd like to say that footprints or traces or crumbs, etc. So I'd like to say that these multiple traces allow us to bypass only for a moment oblivion or the dissolution of the self, of loved ones, of landscapes, etc. So does the trace allow, or ruins, does it allow us to recreate the world, or does it condemn them to total disappearance? It's quite ambiguous here. So to go back to my Miracle for Breakfast here, so the poem I told you about and the crumb, we can see that little by little the poet or the narrator, the character, is more and more attached to this crumb, this bread crumb, which does not represent many, well, does not represent a lot maybe for us, but for the character it does represent a lot. And we see that at the beginning she says the crumb, and then later on she grows attached to this crumb as the is replaced by my again, so my crumb, etc., my place, etc., etc. So she says, my chambers, my crumb, my mansion. So really highlighting the fact that what has, you know, this very simple object or this trace is becoming hers as well. And a crumb is a figure of oblivion because it's about to be swallowed, it's about to be destroyed at the end of the poem. So everything is about to crumble thanks to this crumb, we can say that things are going to disappear maybe, or things that are subject to mutation, to change, to renewal as well. However, these efforts of fighting against oblivion, so, you know, I told you, multiplying traces, etc., a way to fight against oblivion through the motif of the trace is crushed at the end of the poem, as the crumb is ultimately swallowed and reduced to nothing in the last stanza. At the end, she licks up the crumb and she swallows it, and it's over. So it indicates that attachment to things and to objects, to time and places, is nothing but a vain illusion in a sense. I like to continue with my list of traces in a sense. So I talked about footprints, crumbs, etc. The notion or the idea of fossils is quite interesting as well, still, because fossils are in between death and so oblivion and life in a sense, and memory then. So similarly, in a poem entitled Quai d'Orléans, so Quai d'Orléans, which is a place in Paris, the first lines mention the flow of the river Seine. And so the river Seine here, the flow of the river evokes temporal flow, evokes time, evokes, it's quite a traditional image to evoke time and oblivion and memory. So time is projected into space again, and the trace plays the role of a connector, but also of rupture. It's what Paul Ricoeur again says about trace. It is defined as an invitation to follow and to go back to the past in order to assign meaning to it, to assign a meaning to her past, to past in general, to a memory. It is thus the mark of the past in the present and materializes the absence. It gestures towards the sign now disappeared. And in Quai d'Orléans, so the poem, she does mention fossils. She does mention that fossils are going to dissolve and to disappear. Even fossils are going to disappear at the end. So yes, a trace basically embarks us on a journey as well, and this is quite interesting here. Okay, so I like now to maybe address my a final point, my third and final point. Remember, I told you in my introduction, I told you about politics a bit more. So politics. As I told you also in my introduction, Elizabeth Bishop, so even though she was born in the US and even though she lived in Canada quite a while, she also lived in Brazil for 15 or 16 years, actually, between 1951 and 1966. It's quite a crazy story how she got here. At the beginning, she was supposed to stay there only for 15 days. And then, she ended up being, falling in love with somebody here. So she stayed 16 years there anyways. But yes, during her trip in South America, or a stay in South America, or her life in South America, in Brazil, she witnessed quite a few things that struck her. She witnessed, for example, like poverty or different kinds of discrimination as well. And in some of her poems, I should stress the fact that Elizabeth Bishop, is not seen as a political poet. She's not seen as somebody who had really very strong political ideas. However, in some of her poems, I feel that we can see quite, criticism of politics, maybe. So let me give you a few examples of this. In a poem which is entitled Kuchi, so Kuchis, she refers to a servant. She refers to a woman a Brazilian woman who serves or who helps another woman, I guess, and who's deaf actually. And Kuchi, so the servant, dies at the end of the poem. And what is quite striking is that her death is mentioned very briefly, just a few words. It's very elliptical here, just a few words. And what is even more telling and what is even more striking is the fact that she, that even her grave, her own grave, disappears. So her body or her coffin are thrown into the sea, it seems, and the sea will dissolve or will make the coffin disappear. So this is quite interesting. And as I told you, she's not a political poet, so she does not criticize it explicitly, but the fact that the coffin of a servant disappears, that her grave disappears, is quite telling in a sense. And then in another poem also, she mentions the houses, the very dilapidated and perishable houses so prone to oblivion, because, well, you know, she says that the people here have nothing, actually. So she does show the ambivalence of identity as well, because the characters or the narrators are somehow, let's say, trapped, or maybe trapped is not the right term, but are in between the north and the south, between oblivion and memory as well. To go back to my Kuchi, remember, so the servant whose grave disappears, I like also to say that in another poem, so Brazilian poems, she also, Elizabeth Bishop mentions the father, so a dead father, in a poem called or entitled Manuelzinho, sorry. So Manuelzinho, in Manuelzinho. So what happens is that the father dies, and again, so the death of the father is very elliptical, it's very short, it's not addressed really well. And then again, the coffin seems to disappear, or the grave seems to disappear as well, just like the body. So how can we account for these people, so these Brazilian traditionally poorer people, if their own graves are disappearing, if everything that is supposed to be left behind them are disappearing? So I'd say it's quite political in the sense to say that the graves are disappearing. So as a conclusion, because I guess I can move on to maybe this, because I don't know, I've been talking for like 20 minutes, I think, so maybe I can move on. Sorry about that. So as a conclusion, we can say that Bishop resorts to many ways to fight against oblivion. However, she mentions that oblivion is a necessary part of life, and thus embraces it as a creative drive, as a creative force. Let's finish then with a line by Bishop from One Art, so one poem I mentioned, One Art, and in this poem she says, I quote, "The art of losing isn't hard to master." So I'd like to start with that, or to stop here, that the art of losing, of forgetting, maybe isn't hard to master. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Astrid, for your presentation about Elizabeth Bishop, time and space and memory and identity in her poetry. Astrid is a secondary English teacher in Paris and a research in literature. And I found that all your works is devoted to Elizabeth Bishop. Yes. And now is time to questions, to comments. You can ask and comments in the chat rooms, or maybe a question here in the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore in Vilnius. Okay, I have questions to her first presenter, to Dovilė. And my question is about father's figure in Gervits and Birutės Pūkelevičiūtės, not on the poetry, but in all creative. Does the father appear in the prose or memory of these authors? And another questions about similarities and difference between Gloria Gervits and Gervits and Birutė Pūkelevičiūtė. Maybe Dovilė here, please. Yes, Olga, yes, the second question.
So about father's figure in Pūkelevičiūtė, I would say definitely yes. Father is there, and he appears quite strongly, especially in her autobiographical romance novels that are they're coupled. And even in Metūgės, father is there as a figure at least, while in Gloria Gervits it's not the case. So in Gloria Gervits, the father is not present at all. Basically, he's not here. So that's that her relationship in Gervitz is directly with the mother, grandmother. So it's that lineal generational thinking, but the father isn't there. And then about similarities and differences, I would say that the poets themselves are surprisingly connected, despite having no knowledge about each other, I suppose. So the style of writing, that's kind of pre-styling, especially Metuges of Pukelevičiūtė, then the importance of eras, especially in the previous version of Migrations of Gervitz, it's very much erotical, as Pukelevičiūtė's poetry is, and that tension between life and death, eras and thanatos, is also there in Gervitz. So they are kind of this. There is a quality that I cannot establish, but there is something underneath there that connects them both. Might be even the sense from the that they are both writing from a sort of detachment. They are, I mean, Pukelevičiūtė is more of a direct exile writer than Gervitz, but Gervitz also reflects a lot about herself being Jewish, her family, her detachment from Europe, being in Mexico, all that stuff. So that is also there for both of them.
Thank you, Dovile. Maybe the question is, Olga, please your question. To Dovile or?
Yes, to Dovile as well. Thank you very much for your presentation. I must admit that I was unfamiliar with these two great poets before. And do I presume correctly that the translations in English were yours own, or can I somewhere search for English translations of both poets to get more acquainted with them? Thank you.
Yes, you are right. Those were my translations. So also sorry if there were any mishaps in those.
Absolutely brilliant.
And thank you. And from about Gervitz, yes, the one of the at least versions of Migrations is translated to English, and there is a quite good. I haven't had a chance to get my hands on it, but I know that there is a quite nice edition, even comparative one between you have a Spanish text and you have the English text there. So there definitely is. About Pukelevičiūtė and Metuges, I'm not sure. I would say no, but there might be experts in the room that could correct me if I'm being wrong. But I would. I mean, it was published in the United States, but I'm not sure. I mean, I wouldn't dare to intrude.
Metuges buvo Lituanus. Yes, Metuges was translated but in journal in United States, Lituanus. Yes,
okay.
but
it was a fragment, not the whole thing. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you for question. And yes, no questions. My second question is maybe just our second presenter to you all. Olga. Hello, Olga. Yes. My question was such a plot, multicultural plot, also popular in the works of male authors, not women, not female, but male authors, multicultural.
Well, I must admit that there are not so many memoirs by male authors who spent childhood in the Baltic states. So my research shown that mostly girls wrote this kind of memoirs. The ones that I have read, yes, also the multiculturality of the interwar Riga was very, very much accented in this memoir, but that was an individual work, so I would not kind of summarize probably or acknowledge that males, see differently than females. So, but the overall, from the Russian émigré perspective, Riga was seen as a very multicultural city, multilingual and multicultural.
Thank you. And I understand that it is not your research field, but what about contemporary Latvian literature, maybe some words?
Well, that is absolutely not my research field, so I can only share my observations on what, and again, on what Russian authors, Russian contemporary authors, Russian-speaking, Russian-writing authors living in Latvia do. So there is no much memoirs yes, of contemporary authors, but my field of research is children's literature. And of course, I see and I read what Russian language authors do these days and produce for the Russian language reading children in Latvia. This is a kind of different paradigm these days. The multiculturality is not really, I would say, the mainstream topic of these works. It's more of a fantasy, individual strategies, etc. So no, I would not, my observations are about that, no, multiculturality is not the point.
Thank you. And no questions in the chat room. I have a question to Astrid about Elizabeth Bishop. Is Elizabeth Bishop, the first question, about connection between biography, between life and poetry, between biography and poetry? It is the first question. Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, thank you very much for this question. Yes, I did stress the link, the connection between biography and her poetry. It's quite funny because she would have said absolutely no. One time she was a teacher at university, and one of her students said that, oh, we can make a connection to, I mean, your life and your work are quite similar in a sense. And she said absolutely no. The I in my poems is completely fictional. It's not true. But of course, I mean, we can't help to see a connection there, even if Bishop refused it completely. So.
Thank you. And my second question is about what's the role of Elizabeth Bishop poetry and maybe politics ideas. What's the role is in American women's literature, literary tradition. Maybe her poetry and politics ideas rewriting this American literature tradition, or no?
Yes, so as I said, she's not seen as a political poet. She's seen as more silent poet in a way. She said that she was a minor poet. She's not, but it's what she said. So, like, compared to different authors or female authors, she does not talk a lot about politics. But she does address, notions like the Cold War, because she wrote during the Cold War. So she does mention it, but it's very implicit. It's for example, in a poem which is entitled Roosters. So she talks about roosters, and she talks about the color red. The barn is red, the stables are red, and then you have to say, you can understand that red refers to communism, etc. But it's very, very, very implicit. Just touch hints.
Thank you very much. And maybe questions for audience?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your really inspiring presentations. I have a comment about Gunnar Sianovskis that Inguna was describing in her presentation. I also teach about Janovskis to my students, and I found an interesting fact that Janovskis kept his Latvian passport during all the years he was in emigration, because he believed that Latvia will be independent finally. And so I think it reflects his relation with memory, and this memory was very strongly embedded in his thinking. Then I have a question to my colleague from Lithuania. As you research narratives connected to mother and daughter relationship, what is your impression? How important memory is to this link between the mother and the daughter? And another question would be, how important is memory in general in the MotherNet project? Thank you.
I suppose I come back for
Yes.
Thank you, Laura, for the questions. So I will start from the last one. It really depends. MotherNet is so broad as a project. It's very interdisciplinary, but I would think that what's beautiful about the project is that it has a lot of things in mind. So when people analyze motherhood from whatever perspective it is or point it is, they normally have narrative in mind. And the narrative itself, then it allows you to think about the memory, subjectivity, construction of self. So I would say that implicitly it's always maybe there. Explicitly, it very much depends on every single researcher as they do. And could you please repeat me the first one?
The first one was how much this link between mother and daughter is connected to memory.
I think that it depends a bit. In the case of Pukelevičiūtė, I think it's a bit different type of work. It's memory / imagination. It's very shadowy territory. In Gervits, the whole relationship in the poem that we have between the daughter and the mother is via remembering and via processing the memories. So I think that there the memory is the key word to construct that relationship or deconstruct it. And then it's very much the key word to that self-understanding or the consciousness of the lyrical subject. But then in Pukelevičiūtė, I think that there are also important aspects on that note.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we're no questions in chat room. And my latest question to Ingūna, a very simple question. Where is the latest, the biggest Latvian diaspora in these times?
Not in Great Britain, in
Yes.
United States of America, and in Australia.
In United States of America too, yes?
Yes, and in Australian.
Thank you. Thank you. We have no questions in chat room, and many thanks for all participants. Many thanks of this session. Many thanks for these listeners, for presenters. And now we have lunch break. Thank you.
Have a nice lunch break.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear participants and dear colleagues who are watching our conference online. I'm Gintarė Bernotienė from Lithuanian Institute of Literature and Folklore, and we're going to start the third section of the conference, Reviving Memory and Overcoming Oblivion, Comparative Aspects. And I am very happy to see that Marie Jadot is here already, and Ruta Matimaitytė, and I don't see Nina Tsereteli, but I hope she will join us. The time for the presentations is 20 minutes, and I hope that you will read your paper, and I will try not to stop you. But if the time is, if you exceed your time very much, I will stop you. So I think that we can begin, and I kindly invite with her presentation a PhD researcher, Marie Jadot from Liège University, with her paper, Memory and Oblivion, a view from Armando's guilty landscape.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And well, I first want to thank you for organizing this event, both live and online. I try to share my PowerPoint.
Yeah, so happen.
Is it okay?
I think it's okay.
Okay. Thank you. So okay, so I'll give a presentation today on Memory and Oblivion by taking a look at Armando's guilty landscape. Armando is known as uomo universale, or at least that's how it was referred to by Oleg Lysenko on his website. So that's a Ukrainian accordionist with whom he went on tour during the last months of his life for a literary concert in which music and literature merge together. But the Dutch artist himself, Armando, didn't like the term multi-talented artist. He preferred to call himself a little artist. Still, he was not only a writer, but also a poet, a journalist, a painter, a sculptor, an actor, and a violinist, among other things. And this talk, I'm going to present a case study of another concert, Het Concert, the concert, which is one of the ultra short stories Armando wrote from 2003 onwards. And to this end, I'll first say a few words about the musical dimension in Armando's work, which is thematically inseparable from the war experiences of his youth. So Armando was born in 1929. At the age of 5, he moves with his parents from Amsterdam to Amersfoort. He plays his first notes on the violin around the same age and develops his technique with a private teacher. But at age 12, he doesn't feel like it anymore and stops playing. All he then wanted to do was to walk around the streets and play football. The woods and moorlands near his home were his playground. But there, on the spot where the ball ended up, time and again, the camp arose. That is transit camp Amersfoort. The dramatic experiences of the young Armando in the idyllic forest where the infamous transit camp was built traced the thematic lines running through his work. And most notably, the unspeakable events from his childhood surfaced through the guilty landscape that kept on returning on both canvas and paper. So in his visual as well as his literary works, we see time and again guilty foliage, guilty forests, a guilty landscape. Previously, literary scholar Ernst van Alphen drew on Charles Sanders Peirce's concept of indexicality to analyze the notion of guilty landscape coined by Armando in his attempt to capture the horror of war. And according to him, Armando's approach to the unspeakable relies on the relationship of contiguity between the traumatic events that took place and the place where they occurred. That is to say that he conveys the unrepresentable through the landscape adjacent to the horror. Most importantly, Armando refers to the trees of his childhood in terms of guilt, because in spite of the atrocities they witnessed, they continue to grow and to bloom and thus mask the evil. In Armando's own words, I have accused them publicly, but they didn't give a peep. The landscape still doesn't give a peep. It just follows the orders of the seasons. It shows up, it grows, and it decays. It keeps still. Now, the battlefield may be overgrown. There is yet more to hear than an ambiguous silence in the silent nature. Silence, to quote him again, sometimes comes after noise, end quote. And that is to say that silence may point to the violence that preceded it. And this is also what we may infer from the following passage, which takes the form of dialogue. Did time wanted evil? Yes, the battlefield is overgrown. No traces of the war anymore? None, but I see through the silence. Silence is deafening. Is death approaching again, or sir? No, it was already there. And so Van Alphen also means to hear the unspeakable violence of war in the silence recorded in this passage. Oh, the cry of a bird. I listen to the bird. It talks, now this, then that. Short sayings. The silence between the sayings is always of equal length. So in Van Alphen's reading, the bird sings, and in the silence arising in between, we may hear the unspeakable violence of war. Now, I want to zoom in on the following lines of the passage, which goes on as follows. Then my decision to whistle back. I copy him. My sound shows a striking resemblance. Does the animal hear? It seems that he answers. But no, the animal perseveres, knows only his own tune, and doesn't care about my intervention. The animal is strong and strong-willed, thus I too must sing my own song. Good example, the bird. I want to draw the attention to these lines because I think we may recognize a philosophical notion that lies at the heart of Armando's art, that is the sublime, according to Nietzsche, whom Armando himself often quoted. The sublime as the artistic taming of the horrific. Because the realization of the need for the art person to, like the strong-willed bird, get creative himself by singing a song which he himself creates, may call up an association with Nietzsche's active nihilism. So confronted with the misery of human existence, the active nihilists adopt an affirmative attitude, and artistic creation then plays a crucial role. Art will help him to live with the horrific and the absurd of existence. And actually only art may help us, according to Nietzsche. Now, this notion of art as rettende Zauberin, as a means to heal, we also find it in a passage from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, which belongs to the books you could find on Armando's bedside table. And this Nietzschean work may also resonate while reading Armando's passage about the singing bird. What we see in Armando's text is that at first, the I person whistles back. So his action consists of imitating the bird song, what we may, by the way, sort of hear in the literary repetition of it seems. So het lijkt, it seems, their content and form seems to merge into each other as if to evoke the striking resemblance referred to. But imitation as the thinking I person seems to suggest in the following lines, is not sufficient. Soon enough, there just comes an end to the imitation of the bird's song. The I person realizes that he must not imitate the bird's song, but rather he must imitate the action of singing one's own song. That is to say, the creative artistic act. This may call up an association with the convalescent from Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where Zarathustra finds consolation in and may heal through the act of singing. Especially Zarathustra's animals tell him to go to the singing birds so as to learn singing from them and sing new tunes to heal his soul. He may thus try and face the horrific and the absurd thanks to the act of singing one's own song. Artistic creation as a means to heal. But as can be seen from Armando's pithy observation in his prose work, De Straat en het Struikgewas, his position is not unambiguous. I find it blamable and laudable at the same time. So this quote on the slide encapsulates the tension faced by the artist, who himself points out the paradox that beauty is no good, it conceals the evil, and yet it has become his life. It helps him to continue with his life. This unstable position in which the artist is also reflected through this other reference to a singing bird. So this comes from a passage in which Armando evokes the atrocities that happened in the past, and then he remarks, meanwhile, a bird sung loudly and joyfully, before adding that the bird was a little bit swinging on the branch. This swinging of the bird conveys well how the artist oscillates between, on the one hand, the disapproval, the rejection beauty deserves, and on the other hand, the healing power of art, which makes it possible to go on with life. In recent work, I showed how the tension faced by the artist surfaces through both thematic and formal allusions to violin music in his literary work, but here I'll only give one instance and a thematic one, because thematization is also the form of intermediality in terms of which I'll look at the ultra short story, The Concert, where Armando also uses intermedial references to painting. So let's look at this example. Sneaking and hovering in the forest. The smell of resin. War. About resin. You know that you must regularly rub your bow hair with resin. So the smell of resin also evokes a violin. Resin indicates the wounds caused by the violence of war. But the scars, the remaining traces of the evil, are transformed into art's lubricant, so that the remaining traces of the evil risk losing their indexical meaning. So let's now turn to Het Concert. This is the concert of Het Concert. Armando's story tells that's a timeless story about three men who attend the concert of a pianist. And when they come to praise the musician for her performance and tell her how beautiful they found it and how they enjoyed, the latter reminds them of the past deeds in the region where they had at the time blown up all the bridges. Asked whether they remember, the three of them assert that they cannot and do not want to deny it, before stressing the fact that this happened more than 6 years ago, by order of the emperor at that time, and that they were young. The conversation then ends up with the pianist's remark that they have nothing to fear from her, for she tells them, "I busy myself with music only, and certainly not with statesmanship." As can be seen from Armando's intermediate reference to his own visual work in the passage that follows, their discussion with the musician has nevertheless made them anxious. So not only do the men get out of there freaked out, later on they also notably remark that the flowers they spat outside flourish shamelessly, which they find suspect and see as a sign that there is something wrong. While they had planned to tour through the picturesque surroundings, they decided to go back home where no one would charge them with anything. The very mention of the shamelessness with which the nature flourishes and the suspicion it arouses from them may indicate the men's awareness of beauty's treachery. However, like the landscape that saw but keeps silent, they did and still do not bother to prevent the evil they perpetrated from sinking into oblivion. Quite on the contrary, it even seems as if they flee its resurfacing in their lives, as if they turn away from it. And that it goes further than a lack of concern to remember the displayed through their early suggestion that it all belongs to the past can not only be seen from their leaving the scene twice, but also from their closing thoughts. Sure enough, this was a beautiful concert, but we didn't want to hear continuously about the old days. The emperor was nota bene long dead. So it seems as if the three men deplore the fact that the enjoyable beauty of music was spoiled by their being subsequently reminded of what happened in the past, which they appear to find as undesirable as useless. The emperor is anyway dead. Such a reasoning is precisely what a pianist is fighting against, as could be seen from her remark that she does not busy herself with statesmanship, but with music. Her attention was less one of prosecution than of prevention. The music to which she devotes her life may do good and elicit praise. She is all too well aware of the danger of oblivion, and she will not allow memory to be anesthetized. To revive memory is therefore the musician's answer to the joy and the praise the three men have come to express to her. And then with the last sentence of his short story, Armando most powerfully shares his fear of oblivion by presenting the reader with a reasoning which he must himself take distance from. Indeed, rather than recording it explicitly on paper, Armando has the need not to forget, the need to remember, formulated by the thinking listener of his concert, who, contrary to the listeners depicted in the story, realizes how essential it is to remember in order to keep alert and avoid being lulled into thinking that the death of the emperor from the past is the guarantee of a future without violence. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marie. Thank you for your philosophical presentation and your positive transition from wants to wonders of life. And maybe some listeners have a question for you. If no, I shortly want to ask, do you know, is there any connection between Armando's guilty landscapes conception and that of Dries Verhoeven performances, also named guilty landscapes?
Can you just repeat the name? Because
Dries Verhoeven is a performer, and he filmed a series of performances and named them Guilty Landscape.
I know, no, but it's quite interesting. Thank you for this remark. I'll check Kids,
Mhm.
but I don't know him.
As I understood from your paper, maybe accidentally they can talk with each other, not directly.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I invite the second speaker, Rūta Matymaitytė, PhD candidate from Lithuanian Institute of History, and she will present the case of wolf children and memory activism.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to participate in the conference. In the context of the war in Ukraine following the Russian invasion, the topic of my presentation today is relevant for forcing us to measure our moral values. Although I am a doctoral student in the field of history, the subject of my research, the immigration of the children to Soviet Lithuania between 1944 and 1960 from the former East Prussia, was influenced by the success of a novel, perhaps will know to many of you. My name is Marytė, written by Alvydas Šlepikas. As of today, it has been translated into more than 6 languages, and it's gaining more and more readers in the world. Šlepikas won many awards for this novel, both in Lithuania and abroad. He could be considered an international ambassador of the topic of wolf children. In the face of today ongoing immigration due to horrors of a war in Ukraine, we can see some similar migration process that took place in Lithuania at the end of World War II and after the war. Then, thousands of East Prussia people and their children suffering from starvation and infectious disease such as typhus and dysentery had to leave their homes and look for safer shelter. Paradoxically, the Baltic states, specifically the neighboring Lithuania, became a safer place that provided food, shelter, and showed humanity to people and their children suffering from hunger and disease. According to historians, it was one of the biggest waves of immigration in the history of Lithuania. Then thousands of beggars who reached Soviet Lithuania in 1945-1948, either on foot by carriage on freight trains. In the collective memory of Lithuanians, the immigration caused by famine left a significant mark. In various biographical notes and diaries, these children were remembered as a wandering, begging Germans with sacks and rags. The destinies of East Prussia German children beggars were different. Some managed to find food and new homes in the families of Lithuanian farmers, eventually staying and creating their own families. Other East Prussian children stay in Lithuania only temporarily and left in the post-war years. For these people, Lithuania was only a short stop that helped them survive and reduce their hunger. In fact, those who back to Germany in the post-war years remember the short stay in the local Lithuanian families as exceptionally positive and grateful experience. This statement is illustrated by a letter from Ursula Doron, One Wolf Children. The letter was sent after Lithuania gained independence and addressed to the head of the state, Vytautas Landsbergis, expressing gratitude to the Lithuanian nation for saving the lives of East Prussians. Those who remained in Soviet Lithuania face a phenomenon the American psychologist Robert Fibush calls the conspiracy of silence, where experience and memories are forced to be silenced because they conduct the existing mainstream and dominant narrative. For my research, which I started as a bachelor thesis, I interviewed more than 50 wolf children. German children who did not emigrate during the post-war years admit that during the Soviet era, they felt the need to hide and silence their memories interpreting them as an opposite and harmful to the Soviet narrative about the great patriotic war and liberation of the nations from Nazism. These people, the person admit that they had to live double life while reminding themselves of a history of their immigration to Lithuania. The publicity had to mask their German identity and life story. Until 90, the testimonies of these individuals were a certain saluted of memories. They were almost not talked about in families or passed on other generation, children and grandchildren. The end of the Cold War and the beginning of the democratization process had an impact on the resurgence of the memory of the East Prussian Germans. The stories of the wolf children, like other repressed memory groups of Soviet era, such as exiles, dissidents, and political prisoners, were restored during the period of Lithuanian independence. During this period, on the basis of a common traumatic memory, the German children of East Prussia created and gathered into the association Edelweiss Wolfskinder. After 90s, with the increased attention of the Western countries to the Baltic states, the famous German director Eberhard Fechner made a documentary film, Wolfskinder. The film's success helped to establish the term wolf children, which also became the main concept defining the immigration and experience of East Prussia children. As an alternative to the concept of wolf children, research suggests the children of hunger, which more precisely describes the experience of East Prussia children. Looking at today's memory culture, we can see significant change taking place with the theme of wolf children. While during the Soviet era, the stories of wolf children and other repressed memory groups were unwanted, today the topic of wolf children is experiencing its own renaissance. The last post-war studies of the Society of Klaipėda region confirm the testimonies of wolf children in the public space and discourse are more predominant than experience of the people of Klaipėda region with a similar fate. Likewise, historian Regina Laukaitytė, in the article about the post-war beggar and homeless children, argues that of all post-war beggar and orphan groups, the testimonies of the wolf children are seen as the only testimony of the time overshadowed doing other similar experience. An overview of the current situation shows that the society is ready to free itself from the Soviet amnesia that previously affected this group. In the last decade of the research of the Utrecht Forum for Memory Study, Professor Dr. Anne Rigny proposed a fundamentally new theoretical approach, memory activism. Its offer means and ways to bring back forgotten, silenced, and secret memories to collective memory. This new theoretical perspective combines both memory and activism. The research emphasized that it's important not to limit yourself to traumatic narratives and look for positive stories as well. For one of the key concepts that the theorists of memory studies suggest is hope. Previously existing studies use the concepts of violence and victimhood. Therefore, the author criticizes this approach and provides the example of a Paris commune as a completely opposite memory. All of the commune demanded the deaths of thousands of residents. Today, its memory had a positive tone. In many countries, the idea of commune is associated with a celebration rather than a violence narrative. Thus, the postmodern breakthrough in the theoretical field of memory studies gave hope that complex and ambitiously perceived historical processes such as war, genocides, and deportation will be possible to return to alternative collective memory, for they are often left in the margins of the collective memory. The memory study theorist Eva Gorska distinguish and propose the following three main tools. One of tools is the education system. Another is creation of new places of memory. And the last, importance of commemorations and rituals. According to Eva Gorska, the main goal of memory activism is to activate the political and social spheres through a public space in order to start discussion at the national levels that bring about political and social change. As the author points out, that mentioned measures should not only help in creating an alternative collective memory and encourage discussion in the public space, but also promote critical thinking in society. Anna Rigny shares a similar idea, adding that memory activism simultaneously contributes to a promotion of democracy by giving voice or visibility to suppressed or repressed memory groups that have not been heard or seen before. Therefore, memory activism also be a part of social movements, or I say it could make a better future. Polish historian and philosopher Krzysztof Pomians adds that the necessary condition for collective memory is the memory of individuals. The scholar also draws attention to the importance of politics, which strongly influence the formation of collective memory. To sum up, for different memories to exist and coexist, the war historians, writers, artists is not enough. Positive change that encourage dialogue between different groups of society and their memories must be demanded from their politicians as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ruta, very much. I am also asking, have you any questions? If no, I want to ask you, can you call a writer Alvydas Šlepikas a memory activist?
Yes, as I mentioned, we could call him ambassador of the international ambassador, and I saw a lot of some kind of memory activism newspapers, and I saw how which topic grew up, and it let me say that I had this also idea that we could call him a memory activist.
Pierre Nora writes about the cult of heritage, but practically in the countries that belong to the former USSR that were occupied and now are independent for 30 years or even less, as would have told Nino Tsereteli, the process of reviving memory, redefining historical past anew has just begun. And I wrote for myself that Lithuanian writer Alvydas Šlepikas, who wrote the book about Wolf's children, tells publicly that after the book was released, he constantly had the calls from persons who asked him to listen to their own stories, and he cannot stop their memory flow. So maybe we can conclude that being ambassadors, as you said, or simple listeners or creative listeners, as presented Marie Jadot, or just creators, being simple listener of the persistent memories urge is a meaningful thing, don't you think?
Yes, I think first of all, he gave a voice for these people and makes some kind of normal to talk about in public, about Wolf children, and when they saw that in the public discourse this topic became a normal for them, it's also became a normal to talk, and this novel, I think, opened this person experience, and I think it's the most important thing that they show that this memory became also normal, and they saw this, they became much more open, because he did very important impact for this topic.
Thank you. And Marie, what is your comment?
Yeah, I think what you said about the role of the listener is really important, because we see, for example, in theories by the Relab. I don't know if you see who that is, but he's telling that actually the testimonial process cannot take place without a listener listening to the person who's testifying. So definitely that's why I wanted to draw the attention to the role of the listener in remembering.
So thank you very much. Yes, one more question. Laura Laurušaitė, the organizer of the conference.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for your presentations. I have a short question for Ruta. I'm myself researching food and literature, hunger included, and of course my approach is very different. It's gastropoetics. But I was just wondering if these interviews that you made, you mentioned 50 interviews, it's a vast amount of work, I imagine. Will they be available in the printed format, or is it just solely for your own research?
At the moment, I use just for my own research. Why? Because I saw that a lot of other books, which also are published, interviews with Wolfskinder, and I don't see that I need to do more and publish my interview, because it's before interview, I ask people if they want to identify themselves with a name, surname. If not, my responsibility is that this personal testimony will be just for my research. So I don't make some complication about it.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know how we will manage that Nina is absent.
She's absent.
Nina Tsereteli is absent. I don't see her. And is
you have to end the session and go upstairs. Then you may say, I will just. Okay, if the presenter is absent, so it seems that we have to end our session and we could join another session, which is ongoing parallelly.
So thank you very much. And we are waiting for your papers.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.